The radio hissed, a thin, electric whisper that crawled under my skin. I leaned back in my cruiser, the seat stiff beneath me, and stared out at the woods. Nothing moved. At least, nothing I could see. The only light was a weak orange of the street lamp flickering on the edge of the forest line. Static filled the cab, a low, insistent hum. And then, just for a fraction of a second, I heard a voice, garbled, far away, like someone calling from the bottom of a well. "Hello? Can you hear me?" I tensed, fingers tightening on the wheel. It sounded like a call for help, but there was something off about it. Not the words themselves, but the rhythm. The voice stumbled, broken in places, as if whoever, or whatever, was speaking couldn't quite reach me. I twisted the radio knob, scanning frequencies, but each click brought only more static. The voice returned, quieter now, almost a whisper riding the hiss. "Don't come." The words made me freeze. It wasn't a warning for me. It wasn't anything I could place. My stomach curled, a low ache that started at my spine and spread to my chest. I had heard calls in the middle of the night before, panicked voices, drunk drivers, lost hikers. But this was different. It had a shape, a presence, like the woods themselves were speaking through the radio. I leaned forward, pressing the earpiece closer to my ear. The static stung, but I caught more fragments. "Deep, don't follow, can't stay." The words felt desperate, pleading, but also empty, hollow. And then, as quickly as it had started, it was gone. Silence, heavy and complete, filled the cruiser. I rubbed my face and glanced at the dark trees. They didn't sway in the wind. The branches were rigid, sharp against the sky. No nocturnal birds, no rustling, just an oppressive quiet. My pulse quickened. Something about the stillness made the air feel thick. I checked the clock. 2:17 a.m. The hours I spent on this shift were usually dull, routine, but tonight felt different. I could feel it pressing against me. Another click of the radio, another burst of static, and then a new voice, softer, almost a murmur. "You shouldn't be here." My hand froze mid-turn on the dial. The words weren't part of any call I'd ever heard. Not from any dispatcher or civilian. Not a report, not a plea. Something in my chest tightened. Fear, yes, but also curiosity. That dangerous mix that makes you lean forward instead of running. I told myself it was probably a prank. Some kid with a scanner and a cheap mic. But my gut told me otherwise. I started the engine. The heater kicked in, filling the cabin with warm air that did little to calm me. I kept the radio on, twisting the knob slowly, listening. Static, hisses, and then the voice again. This time it wasn't fragmented. Clear, yet still distant. "Don't come." It felt like it was coming from the woods, yet the signal was too clean for that. I pressed the volume higher, leaning over the dash. The words repeated, each one echoing against the metal of the cruiser, and then another sound layered under it. A faint scrape, like fingernails against bark. I sat up straighter, straining to see through the dark. The road ahead was empty, but the forest, something moved in the shadows. My mind raced. Rational explanations. Branches brushing against one another. Animals. Maybe someone hiding. But the scrape didn't sound natural. It had a rhythm, deliberate, and it came closer, moving parallel to the road. My stomach sank. I felt trapped in my own disbelief. Every instinct screamed to leave, but curiosity anchored me. The radio hissed again, and then the words came in fast, almost a torrent this time, overlapping with static. "He's watching, don't follow." My heart hammered. I twisted the wheel instinctively, even though I was still parked. The voice was insistent, panicked, warning me. And then a sudden silence that was worse than the static. The scrape stopped. The woods were still. My breathing sounded deafening. I reached for the flashlight, aiming it toward the tree leaf. The beam cut through the darkness, sharp and white, but revealed nothing, only the gnarled trunks, the black emptiness behind them. And yet I could feel it. Presence. Watching. Waiting. My skin prickled. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my shaking hands. The radio clicked again. Static. And then a new sound, low, resonant, almost like a sigh. Not a human sound. Not entirely. It vibrated in my chest. And then words, softer than before, almost intimate. Leave before it's too late. I sat back, hands trembling slightly. Too late for what? What was I even listening to? I debated leaving, turning the cruiser around, heading back to the station. But something inside me refused. That pull, the impossible curiosity that always gnawed at me during the long night shifts. I had to know what was out there. Another burst of static and then silence. So complete it made my ears ache. My eyes flicked to the trees, to the empty road stretching into the black. My pulse thudded in my temples. Then, faintly, a whisper in the back of my mind. Not through the radio. Not real. Maybe, or maybe real. You're next. I jerked the radio off, clutching it as if it could protect me. My rational brain screamed nonsense, paranoia, auditory hallucination. But the ache in my chest, the weight on my shoulders, the almost tangible tension in the air, none of that was imagined. The forest had a way of turning ordinary nights into impossible ones. It was waiting. I could feel it. I started the engine, slowly easing the cruiser forward. Every shadow between the trees seemed to shift, move with me, yet I couldn't see anything. The radio lay silent now, powerless, but the sense of being observed didn't leave. I kept scanning the tree line with the flashlight, my eyes darting, trying to catch a glimpse of something concrete, something that would explain the voices, the warnings, the scrape that had sent shivers down my spine. The road curved and a breeze rustled the leaves. Not the wind, something heavier, something deliberate. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The darkness didn't end where it should. The tree line seemed thicker, darker, almost pressing toward me. My hands tightened on the wheel. I reminded myself, it's just the woods, nothing else. Then, without warning, the radio clicked on by itself. Static, and then that voice again, clearer than before. Why won't you leave? It wasn't angry. Not exactly. More curious, like it was watching my choices, testing me. My pulse jumped. I reached the knob to turn it off, but the voice continued low, insistent, almost coaxing. You see what shouldn't be seen. And then a laugh. Quiet, soft, not human, yet not entirely alien. Echoing, reverberating against the darkness outside. My stomach churned. I realized, with a chill that burned my veins, that whatever had been calling me into the woods was patient, waiting, watching, and the forest wasn't just empty trees. Not anymore. I gripped the wheel tighter, telling myself one last time to drive, to leave. But even as I did, I knew I'd hear it again. The voices, the whispers, the scrape in the dark. It wasn't over. Not tonight. Not ever. Maybe something had reached out through the radio, through the night, and now it knew I was listening. I eased forward, headlights cutting to the black. The radio silent for a moment, but the dread settled deep into my bones. And for the first time that night, I realized curiosity could be as dangerous as a thing hiding just beyond the tree line. Something was out there, something waiting, and I had no idea how or if I could escape it. The fog was thicker than anything I'd ever driven through. It clung to the road, curling around the cruiser like smoke from a fire I couldn't see. My headlights barely reached 20 feet ahead before the light vanished into a soft gray wall. Every tree became a phantom, stretching impossibly tall, shadows bending and twisting in ways that made no sense. I could hear my own breath, heavy and uneven, inside the cabin. Every exhale sounded louder than it should, louder than it had any right to. The radio stayed dead. No static, no voice, just silence. And that made the fog feel heavier, almost alive. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Something was out there. Something following me. I slowed to a crawl. Windows cracked just enough to hear the sounds outside. And that's when I caught it. A faint, rhythmic crunching, muffled yet distinct. Footsteps. Not mine. Not any animal I knew. They moved carefully, deliberately, like someone or something was matching my pace. I froze, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The sound stopped, then started again, a little closer this time. I twisted the wheel instinctively, scanning the fog with the headlights. Nothing, just a void of gray. And yet, the footstep persisted. Behind me now? Beside me? I couldn't tell. My chest tightened and a cold sweat prickled along my spine. I told myself it was probably another responder, someone on foot who had gotten lost in the fog. But that explanation felt cheap. Wrong. The rhythm was too human, yet wrong. I parked the cruiser on the shoulder, cutting the engine. Silence swallowed me instantly. No hum of the motor, no tires on the wet asphalt. The fog seemed to press closer, as if I'd stepped into a living thing. The footsteps didn't stop. They circled the cruiser, too soft to tell if they were ahead, behind, or on the roof. Each step echoed inside my head, though the asphalt remained empty. I grabbed the flashlight from the console. Its beam sliced a narrow tunnel through the fog, white and trembling in my hands. I stepped out, boots squelching the damp grass, and aimed the light into the gray. Nothing, only trees, their bark slick with moisture, their shadows jagged and unnatural. My breath came fast. My pulse pounded in my ears. The fog swallowed sound, but the footsteps continued, now softer, almost teasing. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking more than I realized. My words vanished almost immediately. The fog swallowed them like it had no intention of letting them return. No reply, nothing. And then the beam caught something, a flash of movement at the edge of my vision. I spun the light toward it. Nothing. I blinked. The shadows held secrets I couldn't name. A thought struck me then, sudden and cold. I wasn't just being followed. I was being watched. Not by eyes, not in any way I could define. Something was aware of me, learning my reactions, anticipating my next move. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to bolt. Curiosity, that dangerous itch, kept me rooted. I wanted to see. I wanted to understand. And that was probably the worst choice I could make. I started walking, flashlight cutting a path ahead. Each step felt amplified, echoing in the empty fog. The crunching sound shifted, like the follower had adjusted their pace. Not behind, but beside me now. I caught glimpses in the corner of my eye, forms that melted when I looked directly at them. Human? Not human? I couldn't tell. The forest had rules I didn't understand, and every instinct screamed to leave. The fog thickened, and suddenly the path disappeared. I was walking blind, guided only by the dim light. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence pressed against me, heavier than the mist. My heart hammered, and I wanted to call out again, but the sound lodged in my throat. I felt a presence close now, just beyond the reach of the flashlight. Something patient, waiting, observing. I could almost feel its breath brushing my skin. Then a whisper, low, fragmented, just audible enough to make me jerk. "Don't look back." I froze, torch wavering. My skin prickled, hair standing on end. The voice wasn't human. Too many tones layered together. Too hollow, too close and far at the same time. I swallowed hard, chest tightening. My pulse throbbed in my temples. Something was here, something that shouldn't exist, moving just at the edge of perception, teasing me with its nearness and absence. I forced myself forward, step by step, careful, deliberate. The crunch of my boots sounded deafening in the fog. Shadows shifted and stretched unnaturally, warping in ways that broke my sense of direction. Then a flash, movement in the trees, impossible speed, too fast for any animal I knew. My breath hitched. I swung the flashlight toward it. Nothing, only the fog, thick and impenetrable. I could feel it now, a presence circling me, intelligent, purposeful, a shape just beyond recognition, brushing my peripheral vision, vanishing when I tried to see it directly. My legs moved, almost against my will, following the road deeper into the fog. The forest seemed to bend around me, narrowing, closing in, every tree a silent sentinel. The footsteps returned, but now they were ahead of me, pacing me, taunting me. I stumbled over a root, heart leaping. The flashlight clattered, but I caught it just in time. The beam caught a glimpse of something, thin, humanoid, impossibly tall, standing just beyond the edge of the road, its features blurred, face shifting as if the fog itself had molded it. I blinked. Nothing, just fog, but the memory of it burned on my retina. I whispered to myself, shaky, desperate, "I'm imagining this. It's nothing. Just fog, just shadows." But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. The footsteps, the presence, the unnatural weight pressing down on me. They were real. Something was here. Something that didn't belong. A low, resonant sound rippled through the trees. Not a voice, not exactly, but not silence either. It vibrated in my chest. The footsteps sped up. Panic surged, but I forced myself to slow my pace, breathing steady. The fog thickened, wrapping around me like fingers. I could feel it brushing against my skin, chilling my bones. Then a new sound. Behind me, not footsteps. Something dragging, slow, deliberate, making the ground shiver under its weight. My stomach lurched. I dared to glance over my shoulder. The fog swallowed whatever it was. I wanted to run, wanted to sprint out of there, but curiosity held me. What was it? Why was it following me? Every fiber of my body screamed to leave, and yet every instinct of my mind demanded I see it. I stopped again, heart pounding, chest tight. The fog seemed to hold its breath with me. Silence fell, and then a whisper, almost tender, almost intimate. "You can't leave?" I spun the flashlight around, the beam stabbing at the mist. Nothing, only the road, the trees, the ever-present gray that swallowed everything else. My hands shook, my mind raced. Every logical explanation crumbled under the weight of my senses. Something was here, something patient, something that didn't belong in any world I knew. I stepped forward again, forced, deliberate. The footsteps shifted, matching mine, circling me, teasing me. My chest heaved. Sweat slicked my hair to my forehead. I felt trapped in a space that didn't exist, a forest that bent to the presence watching me. I couldn't see it. I couldn't define it. And yet I could feel it in every nerve ending, in every prickling hair, in every pulse. And then the fog thinned slightly, revealing a clearing ahead. Moonlight spilling down in a pale, uneven sheet. Relief, brief and fragile, washed over me. Maybe I had found the end. Maybe the road would take me out, away from whatever was circling, following, watching. I let myself take a small, trembling breath, but the footsteps didn't stop. They weren't behind me anymore. They weren't beside me. They were coming from all around, echoing in impossible directions. And in the moonlight, a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, just a silhouette impossibly tall, thin, swaying as if moved by some unseen current. No face, no features I could name, just presence, watching, waiting. And the whisper returned, now a chorus, layered and discordant. "You're here, you can't leave?" I gripped the flashlight, beam trembling, heart hammering, chest burning with adrenaline and fear. Every step forward felt heavier. Every breath felt wrong. And then, from somewhere deep in the fog, another sound, footsteps, but not my own, moving toward me. Faster now, closer, and I realized with a cold certainty that whatever followed me wasn't human, had never been human, and it wasn't going to let me go. I forced my legs to move again, toward the road, toward anything, toward escape. But the fog closed behind me, swallowing sound, light, and space itself. The footsteps pressed closer. The forest waited. And I knew that whatever I had followed into this fog was waiting for me to see it fully, to understand it. And I wasn't ready. Not yet. The fog thinned just enough for me to see the cabin. At first, it looked like an ordinary abandoned structure, leaning slightly to one side, paint peeling in long gray strips. But as I got closer, headlights cutting through the mist, I realized it wasn't ordinary at all. The porch steps were freshly swept. A single chair sat rocking gently, though no wind stirred. And the door, partially ajar, just enough to seem like it was inviting me in. I parked the cruiser on the edge of the dirt road, boots sinking into wet earth, and stared at the cabin. My stomach twisted. It was a small building, nothing remarkable on paper, yet it had a presence, a weight that pressed against me. I could feel it before I even touched the doorknob. My hand hovered over the wood, cold, slightly damp, and when I nudged it, the door creaked open silently, the hinges barely moving. Inside, the air was thick, musty with decay. But something else lingered too. A faint, sweet smell, like old pine mixed with something I couldn't name. The room was furnished as if someone had been living there or waiting for me. A table in the center held a teacup, still warm. I could see the thin spiral of steam hovering, curling lazily toward the ceiling. A chair was pulled out, angled toward the door, and a blanket lay folded neatly on the floor. Nothing about this was abandoned. Someone or something was here recently. I swallowed hard, chest tight, and stepped inside. My boots made soft thuds on the wooden floor. I scanned the room. No signs of life. No figure hiding in the shadows. And yet, everything felt staged, deliberate, almost like a trap set just for me. The radio in the cruiser had gone silent hours ago, and now the cabin had its own quiet, almost suffocating, that left my ears ringing. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun, empty. My flashlight beam cut across the walls, illuminating shelves lined with jars, each filled with cloudy liquid in shapes I couldn't immediately recognize. They floated, suspended, opaque but vaguely familiar. Fingers? Twisted roots? Something living or once living. I swallowed. This wasn't normal. Not by any standard I had. I moved toward the table, the chair, the blanket. Everything looked untouched, yet recently used. Dust lay around the edges of the room, but none on the surfaces. I leaned over the cup, steam rising, faint aroma of herbs, and something faintly metallic. I could hear a faint drip somewhere, water leaking from the ceiling, echoing too rhythmically to be random. My eyes flicked toward the corner of the room. Shadows pooled there, deeper than they should have been, almost solid, almost watching. I stepped back, heart thudding. My voice caught. Who's here? Nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing. The cabin felt alive, though not with a person but with intent. A presence. Patient, careful, waiting. I could feel in the way the air moved, in the way the shadows pooled, in the way my skin crawled under my clothes. A soft scrape echoed across the floorboards above me. I froze. Not heavy, not loud enough for a person walking, but deliberate, measuring me. I tried to rationalize. Maybe a raccoon in the attic? Maybe a branch outside brushing the roof? But the sound repeated, a slow, rhythmic tap that didn't match any natural pattern. Something upstairs was moving, or wanted me to think it was. I forced myself to move toward the blanket on the floor. Something drew me. I didn't understand it. Instinct, maybe. My hand reached out, and as my fingers brushed the fabric, I felt a vibration, a pulse, subtle but undeniable. Not warmth, exactly, but intention. It was like the cabin itself exhaled, alive with purpose, aware that I was here. I stepped back, heart racing. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to run into the fog, into the woods, away from this place. But curiosity anchored me. The footsteps in the fog earlier, the whispers on the radio, everything led here, and now I couldn't turn away. Something was waiting for me to see it. A floorboard groaned behind me. I spun again. Empty. The room shifted. Shadows pooling at the edges. Deeper now. Almost moving, like liquid darkness sloshing against the walls. The teacup trembled slightly on the table. I leaned closer. Nothing stirred. But then a faint, rasping sound, like air escaping from tight lungs, echoed through the cabin. My hand trembled on the flashlight. The shadows moved again, faster this time. A figure? I blinked. The light caught something in the corner. A tall, thin shape, indistinct, blending with the darkness. I blinked again. Gone. My pulse thumped in my ears. The fog outside pressed against the windows, gray and impenetrable. The forest waited. The cabin waited. And I realized, suddenly, that I had crossed into a place that didn't follow rules. Not mine, not anyone's. I moved toward the door. The handle felt heavier than before, as if resisting me. And then I noticed it. Faint footprints on the wooden floor, leading from the door to the table and back again. Small, almost childlike. Not mine. Not human. My stomach turned. They appeared freshly pressed into the dust that I hadn't noticed. And yet, I had just entered. No one had come in before me. The footprints formed a loop, circular, deliberate, watching. A whisper, faint, almost inaudible, drifted from the corner of the room. You shouldn't be here. I froze, breath catching. My voice caught in my throat. Ooh, who's there? Silence. But the teacup rattled on the table. I leaned closer, hand trembling. Steam spiraled upward, catching the beam of my flashlight. I could swear I saw a hand reach out from the vapor. Just a blur, a shape that didn't belong. I jerked back. Empty. Only fog and shadow remained. I forced myself to move. Every step felt heavier, weighted by the cabin itself. The walls seemed to contract, closing in. The air was thick, suffocating. I reached for the table, something drawing me closer, something I couldn't name. My fingers brushed the wood. Another vibration, subtle, insistent, almost like a pulse. Not alive, but not inanimate. The floorboards above groaned again. I spun, flashlight stabbing upward. Nothing, but I could feel the weight of eyes, unseen and patient, studying me. Every instinct screamed to leave. Every rational thought tried to tell me this was a dream, a trick, fog, and fear playing on my mind. But the evidence, the teacup, the blanket, the footprints, said otherwise. I moved to the window, peering out into the fog. Moonlight revealed nothing, only gray mist, the forest pressing in. But then I saw it, a figure at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by mist, standing still, watching. And when I blinked, it was gone. The fog shifted, swallowing everything. I could feel it, though. Presence, waiting, patient. I took a step back. The cabin felt smaller now, pressing against me. The walls seemed to pulse. Subtle vibrations under my fingertips. I realized then that I wasn't just in cabin. I was in something else entirely. A space designed for me, or maybe for whatever had followed me from fog. And it wasn't finished with me yet. I forced myself to move toward the door again, hand on the knob. Cold, damp. The cabin seemed to resist me leaving. A whisper rose, layered and soft, coming from nowhere and everywhere. You can't leave, not yet. My pulse hammered, heart racing, sweat dripping down my back. The teacup wobbled again. Shadows pulled deeper. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. One step, another. I opened the door fully. The fog pressed inside, curling around me, thick and suffocating. And I realized whatever had been in the cabin, whatever had set up, waited for me, touched me in ways I couldn't name, was still out there, patient, watching, waiting. I stepped out. The fog swallowed me. The cabin remained, still silent, yet alive. I glanced back once. The porch, the rocking chair, the teacup. It all seemed normal now. Empty, but I knew it wasn't. I could feel the presence lingering, a weight pressing into my bones. A promise, or a threat. I didn't know which. The fog closed behind me as I moved back toward the cruiser. Footsteps echoed faintly. Not mine, not human, circling, patient. I told myself I'd never speak of this, never return. And yet I knew I had to, because curiosity had already rooted itself in my chest, as sharp and persistent as the chill in the fog. And as I drove off, headlights cutting a narrow path to the gray, I realized the cabin hadn't vanished. Not entirely. The footprints, the cup, the blanket, they were still there, waiting, patient, and I knew it wasn't done with me. Not yet. The radio crackled once, a single, desperate burst of static, and then nothing. Just dead silence, heavier than any quiet I'd ever known. My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles white, and I realized my heartbeat had become louder than the world around me. Even the fog outside seemed to have thickened, pressing against the cruiser like a living thing. The trees were no longer just trees. They leaned in, black and watching. I could feel it, the same weight I'd felt at the cabin. The presence following me, patient, waiting. I tried the radio again, turned the dial slowly, ears straining. Nothing. No crackle, no faint voices, no static. Dead, like someone had sucked the signal right out of the air. My pulse quickened. I told myself it was just interference, maybe a broken tower, maybe fatigue. But the thought didn't settle in my chest the way it should have. It felt wrong, the wrong kind of wrong that creeps under your skin and refuses to leave. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The fog swirled behind me, Impossible to gauge depth or distance. Something or someone could be there. I knew it. Every nerve screamed at me, but logic fought back. I was alone. Roads were empty this late, and the fog made visibility nearly zero. And yet, there was a weight pressing down from all directions, subtle but undeniable. Something was watching. The steering wheel vibrated under my grip as I drove, each rotation feeling heavier than the last. The road stretched ahead in broken lines. The paint faded and slicked with moisture. I could see my own headlights glimmering in the fog, bouncing off branches and leaves, creating shadows that stretched and warped. And for a moment, I thought one of those shadows moved independently of the trees. I reached for the radio again, fumbling with the knobs, my fingers trembling. Static hissed faintly for a second, a whisper of life, then died again. And then the faintest voice, not through the speakers, not really. Somewhere inside my head, maybe behind my skull, a whisper, fragmented, uncertain. Stay here. I jerked back, nearly slamming my elbow into the door. My breath hitched. I tried to shake it off, tried to convince myself it was fatigue, imagination, the fog playing tricks. But I could feel it, close, patient, like a shadow leaning over my shoulder. I swallowed hard, throat dry, and tried to focus on the road. The fog shifted again, denser now, twisting and curling around the cruiser. Headlights didn't cut through it the way they had before. The edges of the beam blurred, fading into gray shapes that shouldn't have been there. Branches scraped the windows, but too softly, too deliberately. Nothing natural about it. Each tap against a glass, each brush of fog across the metal, felt like it carried intent, watching me, testing me. I slowed the cruiser, almost imperceptibly, just enough to make the fog shift differently. My mind raced. Maybe I should have turned back. Maybe I should have stayed at the cabin, kept moving toward open road, anywhere but this section of forest. But curiosity held me, that dangerous itch I couldn't shake. Whatever had been at the cabin, whatever had followed me through the fog, it wasn't finished, and I had to know what it wanted. The silence stretched, oppressive and thick. No footsteps, no rustling, nothing but the occasional groan of the old cruiser under wet asphalt. My own breathing sounded like a drum in my ears. And then it came again, the whisper, closer this time, more distinct, almost human in tone. "You're not leaving." I jerked the wheel slightly, heart hammering, searching the fog for the source. Nothing, only gray, nothing that could be named. But I felt it closer now, a presence curling around the car, patient, waiting for me to understand something I wasn't ready to. I gripped the wheel, knuckles trembling. I wanted to laugh, tell myself I was losing it, but I couldn't. My instincts screamed danger. Every hair on my body stood on end. I drove on, slowly, carefully. The fog seemed to bend around me, tightening and loosening in rhythm with my pulse. Shadows warped, stretching across the road, and then retreating, forming shapes I couldn't define. I could see forms flicker in the corner of my vision. Human? Animal? Neither. I blinked and they vanished. Only the fog remained. The radio remained dead. I dared not try it again. Its silence felt deliberate, like a message, a signal gone, a warning left unspoken. And I realized with a cold certainty that whatever was following me didn't need the radio. It didn't need my words, my calls, or my headlights. It could move unseen, unheard, and I couldn't fight it. I passed a bend in the road where the fog seemed to gather thicker, curling like fingers reaching for me. My hands shook. I forced them steady on the wheel, tried to breathe slowly, tried to focus. But something had changed. The air had weight now, pressing on my chest, making each breath deliberate. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. The fog behind me swirled differently, almost like it had been shaped intentionally, forming a shape that felt aware. A face, a shadow of one. My mind recoiled, heart hammering, and then just as suddenly, nothing. I exhaled, trying to calm myself. Maybe I was seeing things. Fatigue, fog, the lingering presence of the cabin. Maybe it was just paranoia. But then the whisper again, soft, almost intimate, as if someone was standing just outside the window, leaning close. "You can't leave." I swallowed, breath catching. I wanted to respond. I wanted to yell, demand it stop, but my voice caught, lodged in my throat. I realized I had no choice but to keep driving, forward, into the fog, into the unknown. The cruiser's headlights cut narrow paths, but even they didn't feel safe. Every shadow looked like it might move independently. Every tree a sentinel waiting to block me. Time stretched. Minutes or hours. I couldn't tell. The fog was relentless, curling and pooling around me, pressing against the car. The radio remained dead, the silence punctuated only by the whispering presence. I could feel it in my chest, in the small hairs along my arms, in the ache behind my eyes. Patient, deliberate, waiting for me to see, to understand, to fail. And then, the car headlights caught a clearing ahead. Moonlight spilled over wet grass and twisted trees. Relief, fragile and fleeting, washed over me. Maybe this was the end. Maybe the fog would lift, the presence would vanish, and I could finally breathe. But even as I exhaled, I realized it wasn't gone. The weight pressed against me, still lighter now, but insistent, patient, watching me from the edges, just beyond perception. I stopped the cruiser at the edge of the clearing, engine idling softly. My hands shook, gripping the wheel. The whisper had stopped, but I knew it was still there, just beyond the reach of vision, just beyond understanding. A presence lingering, patient, like a shadow waiting for me to make the wrong move. I realized then that I wasn't just being watched. I was being tested, measured, observed. I sat in silence, ears straining, heart hammering. The fog swirled at the edges of the clearing, twisting and curling in ways that seemed impossible, unnatural. And then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, the sound of footsteps. Not near, not close, distant, but deliberate, moving toward me through the fog. My pulse spiked. I wanted to drive. I wanted to flee. But my instincts, warped by fear and curiosity, told me to wait, to see, to understand. And even as I sat there, tense and terrified, I knew one thing with a cold certainty. The silence after the signal wasn't empty. It was alive, patient, waiting, and I had no idea what it wanted or how long I could survive its attention. I reached for the radio one last time. Nothing. Dead. Just the weight of the fog, the presence pressing against me, and the distant rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching. I realized then that the world I thought I knew, roads, forests, silence, no longer existed. Only this. Only the waiting. Only the presence. I exhaled, shoulders tight. The fog shifted, curling around the cruiser, and I knew, deep in my chest, that the next move wouldn't be mine. I could feel it, patient, deliberate, watching. And as the footsteps drew closer, I realized the silence after the signal was not a gift. It was a warning, and I wasn't ready. Not yet. I shouldn't have been here. I knew it the second I turned off the main road and into that narrow alley. The houses pressed close, like they were leaning in to watch me, their shutters rattling faintly in the wind, or maybe in warning. No lights. Not a single window glowed with the comfort of someone awake, someone alive. The kind of quiet that isn't peaceful. It feels deliberate, like the town is holding its breath, and I've just walked into the wrong frame. My cruiser's headlights cut weak arcs through the darkness, illuminating peeling paint, warped porches, and doors that hung ajar. Not enough to see inside, just enough to feel the emptiness. The further I drove, the tighter the alley seemed to grow. I could hear the tires whispering over cracked asphalt, my own engine sounding louder than it should, every sound echoing off the walls of the houses. I swallowed hard. Something was off. I told myself it was just a night, the fog rolling in from the edge of town, twisting everything in a gray, distorted blanket. But then the smell hit me, stale metallic like iron and old smoke. My stomach tightened. It wasn't fresh, but it wasn't old either. Someone had been here. Or something. My fingers drummed nervously on the wheel. I wanted to leave, but my curiosity clawed at me. That itch you get in the pit of your stomach when something's wrong, but you need to see it anyway. I slowed, scanning the first house on the left. The door was slightly open, a shadowed rectangle that seemed to breathe with the wind. Or maybe I imagined it. My headlights fell on a chair by the doorway, tipped over like it had been dropped in a hurry. Nothing else moved. No scuttling. No creak of boards under footsteps. Just a silence that pressed against my ears like water. I tried the radio, half expecting to hear static, a dispatcher's voice, anything. Nothing. Dead. The silence became heavier. I realized I could hear my own heartbeat over it now. I could feel it thumping in my temples, vibrating through my jaw, echoing off the alley walls. I wanted to tell myself it was nerves. I wanted to keep it rational. But the rational part of me was shrinking, hiding, leaving only instinct. Another house. Same pattern. Door cracked open just a bit. Shades down, but not all the way. Curtains shifting the breeze that didn't exist. I leaned forward in the seat, straining to see. Was it me imagining movement behind the glass? Or were their eyes staring back, watching, waiting? My throat tightened. I couldn't tell if my pulse was from fear or excitement, or both. I tried talking into the radio again. My voice came out steady enough, almost too normal. Dispatch, you copy? Silence. No reply. Just a faint hum of the engine. The wind brushing against the cracked siding. I gripped the wheel tighter. My skin crawled. The shadows in the alley felt thicker now, pressing closer. The darkness was alive, curling around the edges of my vision, warping familiar shapes into something wrong. A sound, a soft creak from the end of the alley. My head snapped toward it. Nothing, just the wind. But my mind refused to believe it. I could feel it watching me. Something or someone was here. The houses, the doors, the shadows. They weren't empty. They were waiting. And for what? I didn't know. But I felt the answer curling around the pit of my stomach, cold and sharp. I drove slowly, headlights brushing over the next porch. A rocking chair moved, not with the wind. It swayed gently, almost imperceptibly, back and forth, like someone had just stood from it. My breath caught. I looked closer. Nothing there. No footprints. No movement. Just a rocking chair. But I knew someone or something had been here. Not long ago. Too recent. The alley twisted again, turning sharply left. The buildings crowding tighter. I could see the windows better now, staring down at me like dark eyes. Doors ajar, shadows twisting. The silence became unbearable, heavy with expectation. I couldn't tell if I was alone. My mind raced. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to leave, but I couldn't. Something was drawing me deeper, urging me to see the end of the alley, to understand what had happened here. I slowed the cruiser to a crawl. The headlights landed on a porch swing. It swayed slowly, rhythmical, deliberate. My pulse spiked. I could feel it now more than see it, the presence, a weight in the air, pressing against my chest. I swallowed, tried to steady my breath. The radio remained dead. The wind remained absent. Only the alley, the houses, and that oppressive quiet. Another creak. The sound came from above, the upper floor of one of the houses. I froze. My headlights revealed nothing, but the sound echoed off the alley walls, multiplying, growing. I could feel eyes, countless eyes, watching me from the windows, from the shadows, from the spaces just beyond reach. I wanted to speak, to call out, but my voice felt trapped behind my ribs. I realized then that I wasn't imagining it. This alley wasn't just quiet. It was waiting. Each house, each door, each shadow. It held its own intent, its own presence. I could feel it in my chest, in the fine hairs on my arms, in the shallow, rapid rhythm of my breathing. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. The alley had awareness, and I was inside it. I drove on, slowly, trying to keep the headlights steady, trying to see past the oppressive shadows. Another house. Another door cracked open. Another chair tipped over. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe squatters, maybe a prank, maybe an old, abandoned street. But the feeling persisted. Watching, waiting, expectant. At the end of the alley, I finally reached a small clearing where the street opened into a wider road. Relief washed over me like water, weak but necessary. I exhaled slowly, trying to shake the tension, but the alley's grip lingered. The houses receded behind me, but the quiet followed, pressing against my mind even as my headlights left the narrow corridor. I stopped the cruiser, doors locked, engine idling, the radio still dead. I leaned back, letting my hands rest on the wheel, but the sense of presence didn't fade. I could still feel it watching from the alley, waiting. The weight in the air pressed against me like a warning, like a promise I didn't want to understand. And then a faint creak, not from the houses, not from the alley, but from the rear view mirror. I jerked my head back. Nothing, only fog rolling over the wider street, wrapping the clearing in gray. But I knew I wasn't alone. The alley had eyes. It had weight. And whatever had left those ajar doors and empty chairs, it hadn't gone. I started the cruiser again, slowly, carefully, eyes flicking to every shadow, every window. My chest still tight, pulse racing. I couldn't shake it. Not the smell, not the weight, not the silent promise that the alley was watching. And I knew, with that creeping certainty that comes when instinct overrides reason, that I'd be back. The alley didn't give up its secrets easily. It waited, patient, silent, and I had a feeling it would be waiting for me again, long after I'd driven out, long after I tried to forget. I didn't plan to stop again. The alley had already carved his memory into my chest, a quiet weight that I couldn't shake. But the next street over, the one I took almost by accident, was worse. Narrow, lined with old brick houses, paint-peeling windows dark. The streetlights barely worked, flickering every few seconds, casting broken shadows that danced on a cracked pavement. I knew something was wrong the instant I turned onto it. The first window caught my eye, a living room dim and empty, or so I thought. A figure, dark and still, standing just beyond the glass, as if waiting. I blinked, just a trick of the light. The streetlight flickered, and it was gone. I rubbed my eyes, tried to convince myself. My hand on the steering wheel tightened. Cold sweat pooled at my collar. Another house, another window, another shadow. I couldn't explain it. The shape had no details, no face, no movement, just presence, watching. The longer I stared, the more I felt my skin prickle, like static crawling beneath it. My rational mind whispered about reflections, passing cars, imagination. But instinct, the raw, animal part of me, screamed that I wasn't imagining it. I got out of the cruiser, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. The beam of light cut a path along the empty street, and I moved slowly, deliberately, step by step. Every floorboard, every crack in the pavement sounded like thunder in my ears. I tried to see clearly, to define the shapes, but the shadows kept shifting, vanishing whenever I approached. A child's room, a kitchen, a parlor, always empty, always waiting. I stopped in front of one house, its windows low and wide. My reflection stared back at me first. I shook my head, and then the figure. It appeared on the far side of the room, barely visible, a silhouette against the faint moonlight that filtered through the dusty curtains. My pulse jumped. I stepped closer. It was gone. No creak, no sound. Nothing but empty furniture. The faint smell of damp wood and dust. The more I moved down the street, the stronger the feeling became. That oppressive, impossible awareness, like the houses themselves were alive, breathing, watching. Each shadow in the windows was deliberate. They didn't flicker randomly. They lingered, just enough to make you doubt your senses, to make you question your sanity. And when I tried to confirm, to get close enough to see something real, they would vanish, leaving only the empty room behind. A gust of wind, or maybe it was something else, shifted the curtains in one window, a flicker of movement. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I wanted to call it in, wanted to speak to dispatch, but the radio remained dead. The alley behind me, the street I'd left, seemed to hum faintly, a low vibration beneath my feet, a warning. I pressed forward anyway. I had to see. I needed to know. By the time I reached the next block, the shapes had multiplied. Figures in windows, some near the ceilings, some crouched by furniture, others just floating midair. My stomach churned. I realized I wasn't looking at houses anymore. I was walking through a gallery of something else entirely. Memories trapped in glass, echoes of people who had been here, or maybe echoes of the watchers themselves. I paused outside a small two-story home. Lights dead, the door closed but not locked. The figure appeared almost immediately at the top window. Still silent, shadowed. My flashlight beam quivered as I aimed it upward. I could feel it studying me, waiting for a reaction. I swallowed hard, stepping closer, and then, as if deciding I wasn't worth the attention, it disappeared. The moonlight fell on a bare wall. Nothing. I leaned against the doorframe, breathing heavily. My hands shook. The night air was thick with silence, and yet I could feel it pressing against me. The shadows weren't random. They were intentional. I couldn't see their eyes, couldn't hear them, but I could feel them counting my steps, measuring my fear. Each house I passed left an imprint on my mind, like a message I wasn't supposed to understand yet. Another street, another house. I tried to keep track, but they all blurred together. Figures appearing, vanishing, taunting in their silence. Sometimes they lingered for just a second too long, and I'd swear I could see movement, a head tilt, a hand brushing the window. Other times, they disappeared the instant I blinked, leaving nothing behind. I felt my chest tighten, my breath shallow. The line between reality and imagination blurred with each step. I stopped on the sidewalk, flashlight aimed at the nearest window. I held my breath, and then it happened. The figure moved, or at least I think it did. It wasn't a blur or a trick of the light. Something shifted in the room, a slow, deliberate motion, and then, as I took a step closer, it vanished again. My knees wobbled. I wanted to run to get out, but my feet refused. Some part of me, the part that had answered calls I shouldn't have, demanded that I see it through. I move again, cautiously, methodically. My flashlight flickered with a failing battery, casting uneven light over the cracked siding and warped steps. The wind picked up, rattling shutters and shaking curtains. Shadows stretched and contracted like living things. Every step felt like I was walking through the pulse of something alive, something patient, something ancient. At one house, the figure lingered longer. I froze, daring not to blink. I wanted to call out, wanted to ask who or what it was, but no words came. Just the sound of my own heartbeat and the rustling of curtains. And then, almost in unison, all the figures in the windows vanished. Every last shadow, every flicker, leaving the rooms empty and silent. My chest heaved. Relief hit like a wave, but it was thin, fragile. I knew it wouldn't last. I turned to leave the street, and that's when I saw it. A single window at the very end, where the alley twisted into darkness. A figure, unlike the others. Tall, still and almost waiting. It didn't move, didn't flicker, didn't vanish. I could feel it, its awareness pressing against me. My skin crawled, my hair stood on end. I swallowed hard, unsure whether I wanted to approach or run. I took one careful step forward. The figure didn't move. I raised my flashlight. Shadows pooled around it. But this one didn't dissolve into nothing. It was solid in a way the others hadn't been. And then, without warning, it disappeared. Just like that. The window was empty. The street was quiet. Too quiet. My pulse raced. I realized I could still feel it watching me. Somewhere, somehow, I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I ran, or maybe stumbled, back to my cruiser, throwing myself inside, slamming the door. My hands gripped the wheel, like it was the only thing tethering me to reality. I started the engine, though I didn't want to, and the headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating empty streets. I couldn't see the figures anymore, but I knew they were still there, waiting in the windows I had passed, watching me leave. I drove slowly, checking rear-view mirrors, side streets. Every turn, every shadow in the fog made my stomach tighten. The houses loomed, silent sentinels, their windows empty again, or so I told myself. I knew better. Those shadows weren't gone. They never were. And somewhere, deep in the alley behind me, the last figure waited, patient, silent, immortal. Even now, after leaving the street, the memory of those windows haunts me. I can't shake the feeling that they were more than reflections or tricks, that they had intent, purpose, and that they knew I had seen them. I don't know what they were or what they wanted, but I know this. Some things in this town aren't meant to be understood. They're meant to be felt, and felt I did. The next time I passed that street, I won't just be driving. I'll be walking through memory, through intent, through shadows that watch. And I won't be alone. The street ended abruptly, the asphalt giving way to a dirt path flanked by more houses. Most of them looked abandoned, but one stood apart. It was closer to the edge, slightly tilted, like it had sunk in the ground over decades. I should have turned back. Every instinct in me screamed to drive away, to leave before the quiet swallowed me whole. But I didn't. Something about this house pulled me in, a cold, weightless tug that made the hairs on my neck stiffen. I parked the cruiser on the side of the path, engine idling, the headlights cutting through the thick night fog. The house seemed impossibly still, yet I could feel it breathing, or maybe I was projecting. My flashlight hovered over the peeling paint and warped siding. The windows were dark, empty, and yet, when I moved closer, I caught a glimmer of movement, a shift in shadow that didn't belong to the trees or the wind. I stepped onto the porch. Each board groaned under my weight, a low, complaining sound that felt louder than it had any right to be. The door was closed, though it didn't look locked. A faint smell of mildew and ash floated from beneath the threshold. I paused, hand on the knob. My reflection in the window made me flinch. Or was it something else? The glass wavered, and I could have sworn I saw the porch behind me, mirrored perfectly, but that was impossible. I was alone. The door opened easily, sliding in my hand like it had been waiting. Inside, the air was warmer, heavier. I swept the flashlight across the living room, and it happened. The interior mirrored the exterior exactly. The walls, the windows, even the foggy street outside seemed to extend into the house itself, folding in impossible ways. The more I looked, the less sense it made. My mind tried to rationalize, but every explanation faltered against what I was seeing. I stepped forward. The floor was solid, familiar, but the layout, it wasn't. The hallway stretched and twisted in ways that made my stomach lurch. A staircase that should have been straight now bent at odd angles, and the windows on the walls outside the living room reflected rooms I hadn't entered yet. I felt the first prickling of real fear, the kind that sinks into your bones, not from what I saw, but from the sense that the house was alive, observing me. I moved cautiously toward the first room on the left. My flashlight revealed an ordinary bedroom at first glance. A bed, a dresser, a single chair by the window. Then I saw it. The window reflected the street outside, but not just the house. It reflected me, standing outside, staring in, as if the house had stitched the world into itself. I staggered back, catching my balance on the edge of the rug. My pulse hammered, my hands trembling. I reached for the dresser drawer. It opened smoothly. Inside, neatly folded clothes. They weren't mine, not anyone's I recognized, but the smell familiar, faintly like home, like the house I'd grown up in decades ago. A pang of memory I didn't want stirred in me. Why did this house know that? How could it? I kept moving. Each room repeated the outside world in strange, impossible ways. The hallway behind me looked identical to the street I had walked, the porch I had crossed, the fog curling around the cruiser parked just beyond the gate. And yet, stepping back toward it, the rooms shifted again, the angles changing, the reflections bending. My mind flailed for control. It wasn't a trick of light or shadow. This was deliberate, a message, or a trap. I paused in the kitchen. The table was set for dinner. Empty plates, silverware gleaming faintly in the light of my flashlight. A chair had been pulled out, as if someone had been sitting there. I listened. Nothing. No creak, no whisper. Yet I felt watched. Every shadow in the room pressed against me, unseen but undeniable. The air itself seemed charged, humming softly, a vibration that I could feel through my shoes into my spine. I approached the window above the sink. Outside, the street was empty. No lights, no movement. Inside, the window reflected the exact same street. Same curb, same cracked asphalt, same fog curling along the ground. My own reflection stared back, but then it wasn't me. The face was wrong, blurred, something off. My heart leapt. I blinked. Gone. Just my reflection. My hands shook. I gripped the counter. Trying to anchor myself to reality, I moved to the stairs. each step grown. I noticed a shadow at the top before I realized it was there. A figure, tall, thin, standing perfectly still, just observing. I froze. My mind screamed to run, to flee, to escape. But I couldn't. My legs obeyed nothing but my fear. The figure didn't move when I took a step closer. And then, slowly, almost casually, it raised its head. I didn't see a face. Just darkness where a face should be. My stomach sank. I had to know what it was, though I feared the answer. I climbed the steps, each one stretching longer than it should have. The hallway upstairs mirrored the street behind the house. It also extended into impossible corners, folding in on itself. Doors lined the hallway, but opening one revealed another hallway, another staircase, never the room I expected. I began to feel it. The creeping paranoia, the sense that the house was trying to unbalance me, to rewrite space, to trap me in loops I couldn't escape. In one room, I found a mirror. The reflection was my own. It was me, yes, but distorted, as if the glass had absorbed hours of fear, shaping my image into something I didn't recognize. My eyes looked hollow, my expression stretched into a grimace I hadn't made. I stumbled back, hitting the dresser, knocking over a lamp that didn't break. I realized with a shiver that nothing in this house behaved like it should. Gravity, reflection, time itself. They bent, twisted around the structure. I turned to leave, thinking the stairs behind me would take me down. But the staircase led into the living room again, as if I had never left. The hallway stretched endlessly behind me, reflecting the streets, the fog, the cruiser parked outside. I was walking in circles, or maybe being watched from multiple angles at once. My mind raced, trying to find a point of reference. Every time I thought I understood, the house shifted, the walls stretched, the ceilings dipped, the reflections multiplied. I sank to the floor at the center of the living room. My flashlight lay across my knees, casting weak beams that didn't reach the corners of the room. I felt my sanity fraying. Each reflection, each mirrored street, each impossible hallway press against me. And then, faintly, I heard a whisper, a sound from nowhere, just one word, or maybe the echo of one. Home. I didn't know if it was a voice in my head, the house speaking, or something else entirely, but it felt real, bone deep real. I wanted to scream, to run, to throw myself out the front door, but I was paralyzed, trapped not by chains but by understanding. This house had known I was coming. It had prepared itself. It knew the shape of my fear, the edges of my mind, and it bent reality around me. Hours, or was it minutes, passed. I lost all sense of time. The rooms repeated, twisted, stretched, folded. Every step forward felt like moving through my own memories, my own fears, my own shadow. I realized in a cold, sinking way that the house wasn't just a house. It was a mirror of me, of everyone who ever walked its streets, of the town itself. And it judged, and it waited, and it learned. Finally, I crawled to the front door. The knob was there, tangible, warm under my hand. I opened it and stepped outside. The fog swallowed me. The house behind me looked ordinary again, tilted, waiting, as if nothing had happened. My legs wobbled. I glanced back once. The windows reflected the street, as it should be, the fog curling lazily. But in one top window, I thought I saw movement. Me, standing outside, staring back. I blinked. Gone. I got into my cruiser, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. The engine roared to life. The street ahead was empty. Behind me, the house waited. Silent, patient, impossible. I drove away slowly, too aware of every shadow, every window, every shape that could be hiding just out of sight. I couldn't tell if I had escaped, or if the house had let me leave, just to follow, just to teach me that the world itself could bend and mirror my fear. Even now, when I close my eyes, I see those windows, the street folding inside, the mirrors that aren't mirrors. I know that I will return, not because I want to, but because something in that house called me, marked me, and someday I'll answer. The town streets feel different now. Every house, every window, every reflection carries a memory of that place, a whisper of what I saw, I try to tell myself it was a trick, a fever, a shadow in my mind. But I know better. That house wasn't alone. And it's still out there, waiting. I barely had my eyes open when the radio crackled. A voice cut through the static, calm, almost monotone, like it had been rehearsing every word in some empty room I couldn't see. Car stalled. Need help. The words were simple, but something in the way they lingered made me tighten my grip on the steering wheel. No urgency, no panic, just this flat, hollow repetition. I couldn't place it at first, but my gut told me something was wrong. Very wrong. I punched the mic, trying to get more. You said your car stalled? Where are you? My voice sounded sharper than I intended, slicing through the quiet hum of the cruiser. There was a pause, a long stretch of static before the voice answered. Near the old bridge. That wasn't a place people went unless they wanted to disappear or be forgotten. The road was slick, the kind of slick that glimmers like oil under the headlights. I drove slower, scanning the edges for movement. The woods were thick here, swallowing the dim light, making it feel like I was the only person left awake in the world. A low mist curled along the ground, hugging the asphalt, and my headlights barely reached beyond the first curve. I could almost hear the trees leaning in, watching me, waiting. I tried to keep the conversation going. Do you see anyone around? Anyone else with you? The voice hummed back, monotone, almost patient. No, just me. The word just sounded wrong. Empty, like it carried more than the letter itself. I felt a prickle along my spine. Something about the calmness in the voice wasn't comfort. It was a warning. I took the turn slower, headlights catching the reflection of something metallic up ahead. At first, I thought it was part of the guardrail, but then it shifted, or maybe it was the angle, and I realized it was a car, dark, half in the ditch, tires sunk in the mud, engine silent. I killed the siren. Silence. Only the faint hiss of the radio at my side. I parked a few feet away, leaving the engine running. Mist clung to the car like it belonged there, curling around the bumper, drifting across the hood. Nothing moved inside. Not a flicker, not a shadow. I reached for the mic again. I'm here. You need to step out, all right? The response came in that same calm monotone. No, stay, don't come closer. I froze. Not because of fear, not yet, but because the words made no sense. Why wouldn't someone stranded want help? My eyes darted around through the fog to the dark woods lining the road. Every tree trunk was a black pillar. Every shadow seemed to twitch just at the edge of sight. The voice continued, slow and deliberate. Wait, they're watching. A cold trickle ran down my spine. I scanned the tree line, the mist swallowing the forest, turning everything into shifting gray shapes. I tried call again. Who's watching? What's... But the static swallowed my words, leaving only that voice, that calm monotone. Not safe, don't leave car. My instincts told me to step back, retreat, regroup, but curiosity gnawed at the edges of caution. I had been on too many late-night calls to ignore the faintest trace of danger. My boots crunched the gravel as I approached the driver's door, slow, deliberate, eyes flicking to the forest. The mist seemed thicker now, curling around my legs, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and something else, metal maybe, or old smoke. I reached the door. No one inside. The seats were damp, the air stale, and the dashboard light flickered briefly before dying completely. I tapped the window. Nothing. Then the voice again, soft, monotone. Don't open. I jerked back, startled. My hand was on the handle, trembling just slightly. I looked around, trying to find the source. No one. The trees still. Even the fog seemed to hold its breath. My chest tightened. The rational side of me fought the irrational, telling me it was someone playing a game, calling from the woods, watching me react. But there was a wrongness here, a shape in the mist that didn't belong to the car, to the road, to reality. I circled the vehicle, checking for tracks. Mud pressed into grass. No footprints coming or going beyond the car. I knelt to look closer. Nothing, just mud and grass, and the faint outline of tire tracks fading into fog. That shouldn't have unsettled me, but it did. Something about the emptiness screamed more than presence ever could. I stood, breathing harder than I wanted, The radio crackled again. They close moving. The voice didn't rise in panic. It barely rose at all. Just the words, calm as a lullaby. My pulse hammered my ears. I spun slowly, trying to catch movement in the fog. Every shadow felt alive. Every tree seemed to lean closer. And then I saw it, a faint ripple along the edge of the woods, like something huge had just passed behind the trunks. Slow, deliberate, watching. I glanced back at the car. Still empty. I couldn't see inside. My hands itched the gun at my hip, but even the thought felt inadequate. The voice murmured again, "They know you're here," and that was it. I understood instantly. Something wasn't waiting for the car. Something was waiting for me. The hairs on my neck prickled as I edged backward. The fog thickened, shadows folding over each other. I had a sudden irrational thought. What if the voice wasn't human? What if it was a lure? My radio crackled once more, a distorted hum underneath the monotone. Stay safe, watch not alone. I spun, shining the flashlight into the trees. The beam cut through the mist, bouncing off leaves, catching no movement. And yet I felt it, eyes or presence, some attention trained on me that didn't blink, didn't shift. My voice cracked when I spoke again. Who's there? Silence, then the faintest whisper, almost a hiss through static. Closer than you think. I stepped back toward the cruiser, heart hammering, mind racing. Each step made the mist swirl like it had a will of its own, curling, hiding, teasing. I fumbled with the radio, trying to call dispatch. Unit 20, I need backup. The static filled my ears. Nothing, not a response. My stomach dropped. Alone, the fog swallowed sound. The air smelled sharper now, cold and wet, with a trace of rust that made my stomach turn. I looked again at the car. Empty. I looked at the trees. Empty, yet the sensation of being watched pressed closer, pressing my thoughts, forcing my pulse to race. The monotone voice returned. Don't leave, they follow. I froze, not because I could see it, but because I knew that whatever waited out there wasn't bound by logic or distance. That calm monotone had been a bridge into something else, something patient, something that knew I'd come. My hand shook as I grabbed the mic, desperate. What is this? Static hissed back, layering the voice over itself, distorted yet clear. You found us. The words made no sense, and yet they did. I felt my throat tighten. Fear wasn't rising. It had already settled in deep in my chest, spreading through every nerve. The fog didn't just cover the forest. It had poured into me, into my senses, into my certainty of reality. I stepped back, eyes darting, flashlight trembling. The mist moved differently now. Not with the wind, not naturally. It wrapped, coiled, shifted with intent. I couldn't see the source, but I could feel it. And the voice, ever calm, continued. Closer, closer soon. I ran, not to the cruiser, not back to the road, just ran, heart hammering, lungs burning. The fog seemed to swallow sound, every footstep muffled, every breath swallowed before it left my lips. My radio crackled violently, static screaming in my ears. The voice, the same monotone calm, whispered over it. You can't leave, not yet. And in that moment, I understood the call had never been about a stranded car. It had been about me. The voice wasn't a person, not really. It was a tether, a signal, a lure into the fog that had been waiting long before I arrived, waiting for attention, for recognition, for fear. I stumbled, breath rasping, hands gripping the dirt and wet leaves. Shadows flickered in the fog, shapes that didn't belong, that couldn't belong. And the voice, monotone as ever, carried over the hiss. Welcome, finally, you here now. I didn't know how long I stood there. Fog curling, the world muted, alive in a way I couldn't name. My radio went silent at last. No sound but my own ragged breathing. And yet, the weight of it, the presence, the watching, the monotone voice lingering in my skull was unbearable. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn back. But the fog held me. The forest had me. And somewhere in the distance, I knew it was still waiting. The road was narrower than I remembered, flanked by trees that leaned in, black trunks twisting like fingers over the asphalt. Fog slithered low, curling around the tires of my cruiser as I drove, and every shadow felt heavier than the last. My hands gripped the wheel tighter than necessary. The radio sat silent now, the monotone voice gone. Only the hum of the engine and the whispered tires on wet asphalt filled the cabin. But I knew it wasn't gone. Not really. I rounded the final bend, and there it was, the car, dark, nondescript, parked awkwardly in a patch of gravel just beyond the shoulder. Engine off, doors shut, windows grimy, reflecting the faint glow of my headlights. Empty. My chest tightened. Not just empty in the obvious way, but wrong. The space inside the car felt hollow, like it had been waiting for me, or for something I wasn't ready to understand. I cut the engine and stepped out, boots crunching over gravel, fog curling around my ankles. The air smelled damp and metallic, like the world itself had been bleeding. I circled the car slowly, flashlight slicing through mist, scanning every angle. Nothing moved, no footprints, no sign of the driver. But then I saw it. Scratches on the pavement, deep, jagged lines leading away from the car, disappearing into fog. I bent closer. They weren't tire marks, not quite. More like fingernails or claws dragged across stone. And they weren't old. Fresh, dark against the wet asphalt. I swallowed hard. My pulse was a drum in my ears. Logic tried to steady me. Maybe a scared animal, maybe some prank. But instinct screamed otherwise. Whoever or whatever had been here, it hadn't left willingly. My hand itched for the radio, for some connection to reason. But there was nothing. Just the fog, the road, and the scratches that felt alive. I shined the flashlight inside the car. Seats damp. Steering wheel cold under my fingers. No personal belongings. Nothing that could hint at a driver's presence. It was as if someone had existed here for a heartbeat and then vanished. My breath caught. The fog thickened, curling against the tires, sliding over the hood like liquid smoke. I shivered. A sound, soft, almost imperceptible. Not from the car. From the trilline, maybe. A faint scuff, like boots brushing against dead leaves. My flashlight darted to the edges of the woods. Gray shapes twisted among the trees, shifting in ways that made no sense. I took a step back. The voice, the calm monotone, flashed in my mind. Don't come closer. My teeth ground. It hadn't been a warning. It had been a promise. I crouched, examining the scratches again. Each line zigged and zagged unnaturally, as if the driver, or whatever had left them, had been trying to reach something, or someone. My stomach turned. The thought of the caller's calm, empty voice echoed through me, calm in the face of panic, calm as the world slipped sideways around me. Then another sound, nearer, closer, a drag, slow and deliberate, breaking the quiet. I whipped my flashlight to the source. Nothing, just fog curling over the forest floor, but I could feel it watching. Not a presence in front of me, not a shadow on the asphalt, something beyond perception, waiting for the right moment. My chest tightened. My fingers itched the gun at my hip, but my brain hesitated. Logic didn't apply here. I circled the car again, slower this time, flashlight sweeping every window, every wheel well. The scratches ended abruptly, right at the edge of the fog, as if the world itself had swallowed them. No footprints beyond. No disturbance in the leaves. Nothing. And yet, I knew something had been here. Something that had chosen to vanish, leaving only the marks behind. I climbed back into the cruiser, doors locking with metallic click. My hands trembled slightly as I tried the radio. Static. Nothing else. I muttered under my breath, a curse at the silence. I drove a few feet closer to the edge of the forest, eyes darting, scanning for any flicker, any sign of life. The fog pressed against the headlights, thickening with each second, shapes twisted in the edges, unsteady, impossible. I blinked. They vanished. A sudden realization clawed at me. The scratches weren't random. They curved, looped, repeated like a pattern. Something deliberate, something communicating. My pulse spiked. What had been trying to say something? Or who? My mind refused the answer. I wanted to call it in to get backup, but even the thought felt dangerous. Talking might draw attention. I parked a few feet away, flashlight on, scanning the tree line. The fog moved, almost like it was alive, shifting to reveal, then hide again. I could feel it coiling around the car, around me. Not a wind, not a natural movement. It was deliberate, attentive, waiting. The memory of the monotone voice prickled at the edge of my mind. They're watching. I forced myself to breathe. Calm, logical. The car was empty. Nothing in it. The scratches. They were strange, yes, but no one had been hurt. Yet, I tried to ground myself. Look at details. Look at facts. And then my light caught something. Small, faint, etched into the passenger door frame. A symbol. Not graffiti. Not natural. Like it had been carved with precision. A pattern I didn't recognize. The edges glinted wetly in the beam. My stomach twisted. I took a step back. A sound. Soft behind me, barely audible. A shuffle. Footsteps. Leaves crunching. I spun, flashlight swinging. Nothing. But my heart hammered. Something out there was moving. And it wasn't human. I could feel it. Beyond sight. Beyond reason. And the scratches, the symbol, it all connected. Like a web I was only starting to notice. I leaned closer to the door, peering at the symbol. It felt wrong, like it was alive, or at least aware of me. My hands itched to trace it, to understand, and then a memory flashed. The monotone voice, the calm insistence, the warning. Don't come closer. I jerked back, my hand grazing the car, leaving a smear in the foggy condensation. A sudden shift in the mist. Shapes pressed against the edges of the beam, twisting in ways that made no sense. My breath caught. The presence wasn't static. It moved with me, anticipating, patient. The scratches, the symbol, the empty car, they weren't just warnings. They were invitations. To look, to step closer, to see what waited beyond the fog. I backed away toward the cruiser, light sweeping the road behind me. The fog thickened, swallowing the scratches entirely. The symbol glimmered faintly, reflecting my being like it was trying to signal me, tease me. My chest ached. Fear wasn't just in my mind. It was around me, pressing against every nerve. I could feel the tension on me, something intelligent, calculating. I climbed back into the driver's seat, locking the doors. Fog curling along the windows, moving unnaturally, almost liquid. I tried the radio again. Static. Then faintly, beneath the hiss, a whisper. Almost a hiss. My name, not quite spoken, but recognized. Not human, not entirely. I swallowed. The scratches, the symbol, the empty car. It had never been about the car. It had been about me. I sat there, engine running, shaking, heartbeat pounding, mind racing. I wanted to leave, but curiosity gnawed. I wanted to understand, to see if the fog, the symbols, the scratches, whatever was here, would reveal itself. And then the whisper came again, clearer this time, patient calm. Closer, see now, don't leave. I glanced back at the road disappearing into fog, then to the tree line, shapes twisted in ways that didn't obey logic. And in that moment, I understood the call, the voice, the abandoned car. It had been a lure, a signal. Something had been waiting, watching, not just the car, not just the road. Me, I didn't move. The fog pressed closer, curling around the tires, sliding along the hood. The silence was deafening. I could almost hear my own pulse. And somewhere in that fog, something waited, patient, knowing, waiting for the next move, the next breath. And I knew I couldn't leave. Not yet. I stepped off the asphalt. The fog already swallowing the edges of the road before my boots even touched the gravel. It moved like water, curling around my ankles, rising in uneven waves that seemed alive, purposeful. The cruiser's taillights glowed dimly behind me, blurred, like they were being sucked into the mist. I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. Every tree, every shadow merged into the gray haze. My heartbeat picked up, thudding against my ribs like a warning drum. I tried calling out, my voice sharp, breaking the oppressive quiet. Hello? Anyone here? My words vanished instantly, absorbed into the fog. leaving only my echo, distorted and strange. Something in that sound set my teeth on edge. It wasn't my voice anymore. It was like it had been filtered, slowed, reshaped. I swallowed, feeling a cold sweat beat at my hairline. I kept moving, flashlight slicing uneven beams through the mist. Shapes danced just beyond its reach. Flickers of movement that disappeared when I turned my head. Trees bent in impossible angles. Trunks elongating, branches twisting like spindly arms. My boots sank slightly into soft ground I hadn't noticed before. The smell of wet earth mixed with something metallic, faint but sharp like blood or iron. My pulse thumped harder. I slowed, listening. Footsteps, or something imitating footsteps. Not mine. They circled, always at the edge of hearing, never close enough to locate. I froze, scanning. Nothing. The fog didn't just obscure, it misled. Every direction looked identical, every shadow familiar. I realized with a sinking feeling that I had no idea which way led back to the car, or if the car even existed anymore. Then a movement, faint, almost imperceptible. A figure low to the ground, gliding between trees. It wasn't human, or if it was, it didn't obey human rules. It bent, shifted, merged with the mist, yet it moved against the flow of the fog as if it controlled it. I swallowed hard, forcing my legs to move, flashlight shaking in my hands. I needed distance. I needed clarity. But the fog, it was everywhere, closing in, suffocating in a way I could feel on my skin. I remembered the abandoned car, the scratches, the symbol. Everything pointed to this, didn't it? The fog, the isolation, it wasn't random. Someone or something wanted me out here, alone, observed, tested. My chest tightened. Logic whispered to retreat, but curiosity, that stubborn, dangerous thing, pushed me forward. I had to understand. I had to see. A whisper brushed past my ear, so soft I thought I imagined it. But the hairs on my neck stood up and my skin prickled. Closer. The word was calm, monotone, almost like the caller's voice. But it was everywhere, surrounding me, carried by the fog itself. My flashlight darted around, catching nothing. Yet I could feel eyes, or many eyes, tracing my every move. I stumbled over something low, hidden in the mist. Branches? Roots? I bent to examine it. Scratches, deep, deliberate, etched into the bark of a nearby tree. They spiraled, looped, a pattern, similar to the symbol on the abandoned car. I ran my fingers over the grooves. Cold, wet, alive, almost. My mind snapped a connection. This was a trail, not away from me, toward something, toward the center of the fog, toward them. Movement again, faster now, not far, circling, weaving, watching. I swung the flashlight toward it, catching fleeting glimpses, shapes that bent and twisted unnaturally, shadows that shouldn't have been capable of movement like that. My pulse spiked, my fingers itched for the gun, but hesitation froze me. The fog didn't just conceal, it protected, it controlled, it decided what I could see. I realized with a cold panic that I had become part of it, trapped inside its rules. The ground shifted beneath me, subtle at first, then noticeably, uneven as if the road, the forest floor, had changed. I blinked, trying to focus. The fog twisted, curling like smoke, and the shapes merged with it. Something glided just past, brushing my arm, though nothing tangible touched me. I jumped back, flashlight catching a fleeting reflection in the mist. Eyes, innumerable, faint, staring, watching me. I stumbled through the fog, boots wet, mud clinging to my trousers. The whisper returned, low and calm. Do you see now? My chest constricted. The fog thickened, denser, swallowing my flashlight beam. Every direction looked identical. Panic clawed at me, hot and relentless. I couldn't tell up from down, near from far. The world itself had become fluid. My mind raced, but the fog slowed it, twisted it, made me question my senses. A shadow moved differently this time, against a flow of fog, deliberate, almost curious. It paused when I stopped. I froze. It mirrored me, mimicked me, though it had no form, only suggestion. My pulse felt audible in my ears. I realized that the shapes weren't just around me. They were me, reflections of my fear, my movement distorted, alive. I felt small, fragile, exposed in a way that didn't make sense. I tried calling into the radio. Static, then silence. No signal, no voice, only the fog. My hands shook, but I forced my legs forward, toward a sound I wasn't sure I heard. Water trickling, maybe a creek, maybe just imagination. The fog pressed against my jacket. Damp, suffocating, whispering secrets I couldn't understand. A sudden movement at the periphery of the beam. I spun. Nothing. The fog thickened where it had been, hiding, waiting. Then I realized the scratches weren't just patterns. They were signals. The shapes weren't random. They were following instructions. But whose? And why me? The monotone voice, the abandoned car, the symbol, they were connected. Part of a plan I couldn't grasp yet. I stumbled over another route, falling forward into wet leaves. My flashlight tumbled, beam spinning, catching glimpses of twisted shadows clinging to the trees. I scrambled to grab it, fingers slick with mud. The shapes recoiled, almost playful, almost curious. Fear surged. My mind screamed to run, but which way? Every path looked the same. Every shadow felt alive. The fog shifted suddenly, like a tide changing. It parted slightly, revealing a faint clearing. I could see dim shapes around the edges, still moving, still watching. My heart pounded. I thought of retreat, turning back to the car, but the fog behind me had thickened. There was no return, only forward, only into the waiting shapes, into the unknown. I breathed deeply, forcing my mind to focus. Observation, logic, the scratches, the whispers, the shapes. They wanted attention, interaction. They wanted me to see. I took a step into the clearing. The fog swirled, rising higher than before, closing the gaps, pushing me toward the center. And there, faint in the mist, I saw it. The outline of a figure, tall, still, almost invisible yet commanding. The whispers grew louder, harmonizing into a tone I couldn't place. Closer, the voice repeated, monotone, patient, inviting. My feet moved before my mind could catch up. Every instinct screamed to stop, to flee. But something, curiosity, foolishness, fear itself, drove me forward. The figure remained, always just beyond the beam, its edges dissolving into fog. And as I approached, the world seemed to bend. Trees leaned inward unnaturally, shadows elongated, twisting, reflecting the shapes of my own fear. I realized I wasn't alone, not in the sense of physical presence, but in the sense that the fog itself was alive, aware, interacting, watching my reaction, guiding my steps. I stopped. The whispers hushed. The fog stilled. Silence pressed in. Then, a single movement. The figure shifted slightly, just enough to make me question reality. Its form mirrored me. My posture, my hesitation, my fear. My reflection, twisted alive. And I understood then with a sinking dread that the fog had never been about hiding. It was about revealing the unseen, the shapes behind perception, the parts of me that feared most, the whispers, the shapes, the abandoned car. They were all prelude, all invitations, all proof that I wasn't alone and never had been. I stood in the clearing, surrounded by fog that felt alive, shapes weaving around me, watching, waiting. My mind reeled. The monotone voice echoed, faint but clear in my memory. Closer, see now, don't leave. And I did. I stepped forward, into the fog, into the unknown, into the waiting shapes that mirror my every fear. I crouched beside the cruiser, hands gripping the radio like a lifeline, but every button pressed brought nothing but static. At first, I thought it was a fog, thick and heavy, playing with signals, swallowing everything. But the static wasn't normal. Beneath the hiss, there were whispers, low, layered, almost musical, but warped. They didn't form words I could understand, not at first. They slithered under my skin, curling around my thoughts, making it hard to focus. I twisted the dial, turning it frantically, listening. Every channel sounded the same, static, punctuated by those distorted whispers. I pressed the call button, shouting into the microphone, This is Sheriff Mills. I need anyone respond. My voice came back to me, distorted, slower, like the fog had learned to mimic me. It made my stomach tighten, made me wonder if I was really speaking at all, or just hearing an echo of my fear. I took a step back, scanning the road. The fog had shifted again. The shapes that had stalked me before seemed to hover just beyond my line of sight. Branches moved without wind, bending to reveal glimpses of something waiting. I swung the flashlight, catching movement at the edge, an elongated shadow half hidden behind a tree. I froze. It didn't run, didn't react. It just watched, patient, and the whispers came louder, circling, layering, building a rhythm I didn't want to understand. I pressed the radio harder, almost smashing it, desperation clawing at me. Dispatch! Backup! Repeat, backup! Nothing, only the hiss, the whispers, and that dreadful sense that every attempt to reach the outside was being swallowed. My hand shook. My mind started questioning itself. Was this real, or had I wandered too far into something I couldn't come back from? A sudden pop in the radio made me jerk. The whispers twisted into words, faint, broken. Stay closer. See, my pulse raced. It wasn't coming from the radio. Exactly. It was everywhere, yet nowhere, as if the fog itself was speaking. I realized I was holding the radio like a talisman, thinking it could shield me from what was out here. But out here, the radio had no power. Nothing had power. Only observation. Only fear. I tried again, scanning the frequencies methodically, remembering the protocols, trying to make sense of the chaos. But each press of a button felt futile. The whispers weren't consistent. They moved, shifted channels, mocked my attempts. Sometimes they imitated voices I knew, backup units, colleagues, even my own mother's voice, but wrong, off-pitch, slow. It made my stomach churn. Every distorted word felt like a trap, dragging me deeper into panic. I looked at the dashboard lights of the cruiser. Their glow weak against the oppressive gray outside. The fog pressed against the windows, thick droplets forming like sweat on glass. I realized with a sinking feeling that it wasn't just interference. It was intentional. Something or someone was keeping me isolated, making me fail. For what purpose? I couldn't yet understand. I slammed my fist on the radio again, a sharp crack in the static, and something shifted in the fog. Shapes recoiled, then reformed, moving in subtle synchronization. My pulse surged. It wasn't coincidence. They were watching how I reacted, shaping the environment, feeding off my fear. I forced myself to breathe, in and out, trying to regain some semblance of control. Focus, observation. That's all I had left. The whispers grew coherent for a moment, enough that I caught a fragment. Closer, closer. My head snapped up. The fog around me shimmered, subtle ripples in the gray. The shapes moved with purpose now, circling tighter, just out of reach. I wanted to run, but every instinct I had screamed that movement alone would alert them. I froze, staring at the twisting shadows, trying to reconcile my own senses with what I knew to be real. I pressed the call button again. This time, the voice came back immediately, a monotone that was unmistakably not me. Mills. It stretched each syllable, patient, deliberate. My stomach dropped. Not just the fog, not just the shapes. It was aware of me, and it knew my name. I stumbled back, radio slipping from my hands. The fog absorbed it instantly, leaving me holding nothing but air and dread. I tried to retrace my steps to the car, the solid ground, but the fog had shifted again. What I thought was a cruiser was now just another shadow, indistinct, with shapes crawling over it as if the world had been rearranged while I wasn't looking. Panic edged in. My legs moved on their own, following the vague memory of the road. But every step felt like stepping deeper into a trap. The whispers followed, echoing my footfalls, mirroring my thoughts. Then a change, a brief, horrifying clarity. I caught a figure at the periphery of the fog, a human shape, hunched, still, impossibly quiet. I called out instinctively, my voice shaking. "Hey, are you?" Nothing. The figure didn't move, didn't respond. When I blinked, it wasn't there. My heart raced. Was it a trick of the fog? Or had it moved faster than sight allowed? My pulse throbbed in my temples. The radio sparked briefly, flickering with life before plunging back into static. For a second, I thought I heard someone speaking over the channel. "Mills, you shouldn't be." And then it dissolved into the whispers, distorted, fragmented, layering over themselves until I could barely recognize the words. My mind struggled to process it. I could no longer trust anything I heard, or saw, or felt. I stumbled into the shallow ditch beside the road, chest heaving. Every instinct screamed to run, but fear and fog held me in place. Then, faintly, a movement, a ripple in the mist that didn't match the wind or my imagination. Something approaching, slow, deliberate. I froze, the cold pressing against my spine, my lungs tight. It didn't look human, yet it mimicked human pacing, a distorted echo of life. I tried the radio one last time. Nothing but whispers. But this time, the whispers weren't random. They circled me, rising and falling, forming a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Panic surged. The fog felt heavier, more solid, pressing in on every side. And then I realized the whispers weren't coming from outside. They were inside my head, guiding me, controlling me, shaping my fear like clay. I pressed my palms to my ears, wishing to shut it out, but the fog didn't relent. Shapes emerged from the gray, more distinct now, bending toward me, shadows stretching impossibly. I stumbled backward, trying to keep my eyes on the forms, trying to remember reality. The radio lay forgotten at my feet, a useless relic against this isolation. Then, abruptly, a whisper sliced through the others, clear, deliberate. "Stop. Look." My pulse caught in my throat. I froze. The shapes stopped circling, frozen mid-motion, like statues. My gaze followed the instruction, sweeping the fog, and there, barely perceptible, the road ahead was lined with scratches, deep, angular, marking a path. I swallowed hard, realizing that even if the radio failed, even if the whispers mocked me, there was still a path, still a way forward. The shapes didn't attack, didn't approach. They only waited, patient, observing. The fog seemed to lean toward the scratches, guiding me like an invisible hand. I exhaled shakily, forcing my legs to move, following the marks. Every step was deliberate, careful. The whispers followed, but the rhythm had changed. They were no longer guiding, only accompanying a faint backdrop to my focus. The fog still pressed, still alive, still watching, but for a moment I felt a fragile sense of control. As I followed the scratches, I noticed faint impressions in the wet gravel, footprints. They didn't belong to anyone I recognized. They moved with purpose, sometimes matching my steps, sometimes disappearing into nothing. My mind raced. Who had been here before me? Were they still out there? Or had they become part of this fog? Part of the whispers themselves? I pressed on, boots sinking slightly, flashlight trembling in my hand. The fog thinned marginally, revealing the silhouette of something ahead, just at the edge of perception. The whispers rose once more, layering over themselves, forming almost coherent fragments. Closer as you know, my pulse surged again. Every instinct screamed caution, but curiosity, that relentless, dangerous force, pushed me forward. I stepped closer to the shadowy outline, heart thudding, breath visible in the damp air. The fog wrapped around me, and I realized with a sinking dread that the radio had never been a tool. It had been a test. The whispers, the fog, the isolation, they had been assessing my fear, my reactions, my willingness to proceed. And now, standing at the edge of understanding, I realized the real challenge hadn't begun. The shapes in the fog remained, motionless yet alive, watching, waiting. And I understood with a cold clarity. The whispers would never end. The radio would never work again. I was alone, isolated, and yet somehow I was being observed by something that was not entirely outside me. Something that mirrored my fear, twisted it, and waited for the next move. I swallowed hard and took a deep breath, stepping into the fog, toward the waiting shapes, toward the path the scratches had marked. Every step felt heavier than the last, but I moved, driven by a mixture of fear, curiosity, and stubborn survival. And as I disappeared into gray, I realized one terrifying truth. The fog didn't just isolate. It revealed. It tested. And it never, ever let go. I'm hearing it again. That crackle through the radio, low and uneven, almost like a whisper trying to fight its way through thick static. My hands tighten on the receiver, pulse picking up, but I tell myself it's just another stranded call, except it isn't. There's something wrong. The voice is calm. Too calm. There's no panic, no urgency, just a flat monotone that sets my teeth on edge. I'm stuck, the caller says. Nothing else. The hum of the radio fills the silence between words, a wet, electric hiss that burrows into my brain. I ask where they are. No answer. Just that same quiet hum, and a pause that drags out longer than it should. I glance at the monitor. Multiple calls from the same location, all from numbers that don't exist in the system. Usually it's a misdial, a prank, or someone too far out for GPS to lock onto. But every time the signal drops, it comes back. And always that voice, flat, even patient, like it's waiting for something I don't know I'm supposed to notice. I try to trace it, moving the frequency up and down. The voice bends and twists, distorted, like it's slipping through the metal teeth of the radio, circling, almost teasing me. For a second, I swear I hear other noises in the background, shuffling, scraping, but when I turn the volume up, it's gone. Just the voice again, calm as a pond in the dark. It makes no sense. Calls this scattered, usually mean trouble. A car stuck. Someone lost in the snow. Maybe a broken down truck in the middle of nowhere. But something about this, it doesn't follow the rules. I've answered calls like this 100 times. I know the rhythm of fear, the sound of panic. But this, it's a lull, not a spike. The calm is wrong. I jot down notes, coordinates, timestamps, signal strength. Every call comes from the same cluster, the same patch of road that barely even exists on the map. Woods on both sides, snowdrifts forming invisible barriers. I step back from the desk, rub my eyes, and feel the first tight curl of unease wrap around my stomach. Then another call, same number, same voice. I'm here, it says. No other words. I check the line. Still live, still unclear. I ask if they need help. The static answers first, like a sigh, and behind it, faintly, a scraping sound. Maybe a branch. Maybe nails on concrete. Something deliberate. I think about driving out there. Usually I would. It's a routine check. A truck, a snowdrift, maybe someone who just needs a lift. But something in my gut screams at me to wait. I've been alone on calls before. I've stepped into quiet forests when the wind sounded too much like voices. But never like this. The voice waits. Patient. And patient can be dangerous. I track the last call, plotting a route on the GPS. The road disappears into white fog in half a mile. That fog doesn't just block vision. It swallows sound. I can't hear the car engines. Can't make out headlights. And yet, the voice cuts through. I swear it's closer now. Not through the radio, but in my head. I shake it off. Focus. Another call. This time, more words, but still measured. I see you. My pulse hits my throat. My hand slips on the radio. Who is this? I demand, but all that answers is silence, punctuated by that scraping again. Slow, methodical, not random. Something wants me to notice. But notice what? I check the logs. The calls overlap. Impossible. If it's one caller, they can't be in two places at once. But the pattern repeats, precise, like a heartbeat echoing in the snow outside. I feel a prickling on the back of my neck, like someone is standing just beyond the edge of the light. I tell myself it's nerves. I've been at this job too long. Fatigue plays tricks. It has to. Then the voice changes. A pause. A tilt in tone I can't describe. Almost curious. You're here. My stomach drops. My chair creaks. I've been sitting in the warmth of the station, fluorescent lights humming. Yet I feel watched. Not by someone in the room. Something out there, somewhere, aligning itself with me. I call for backup. Nothing. Radio crackles, hisses, then static. Distorted whispers bubble under the line. Syllables that almost make words, but never quite. I lean closer. I can almost hear my name. pulled through that fuzz. Almost. It's maddening. I turn the volume up, then slam it down. I can't let it wrap me up. I try again. Still nothing. Only the voice. I see you. It repeats, slower this time. It doesn't move. It doesn't sound angry. Just deliberate. And somehow it knows I'm listening. My chest tightens. I feel my heart thrum in my ears. I imagine the caller in some darkened ditch. Headlights gone, snow hiding tracks. But then, the thought that crawls in unbidden. Maybe they're not in the ditch. Maybe they're nowhere. Maybe the voice is something else entirely. The fog outside begins to settle against the windows of the station. Not real fog. Not yet, but in my mind, the shapes are pressing in, curling like smoke through the walls. Shadows in the corners. Shifting. I shake my head. Focus. Notes. Logs. Coordinates. Anything that makes sense. But nothing does. Nothing matches a calm, monotone voice waiting, patient, teasing. I step to the window. The street is empty. Quiet. Even the wind seems to have stopped. And yet, that sense of someone or something watching doesn't leave. My reflection stares back at me, eyes wide, and I wonder if I'll see it out there. I turn back to the radio. The line is dead. Then a faint click, a whisper. Just a breath. Almost a laugh. My name again. I sit, breathe, force my mind to think. Track the calls. 3 more come in. Same number, same voice, each overlapping with the last. Coordinates that, when traced, spiral in a small loop. And yet, when I drive that road mentally, the place seems wrong. Every curve too sharp, shadows too deep, lines blurred. I can't explain it. Logic doesn't reach this far. Another whisper cuts through. Not the voice. Something else. Soft, moving, outside the station. I freeze. Listen. Nothing. But the hairs on my arms are stiff, like electricity running just beneath the skin. The voice comes again, slower, deliberate. You're here. And suddenly I understand. Not what it is. Not yet. But that patience, that monotone calm, is not waiting for rescue. It's waiting for recognition. For me to step into the place where the voice becomes more than sound. And somewhere, deep, I feel that pull. I can't fight it. I can't explain it. But I know that leaving the station won't end this. The calls won't stop. And whatever is out there, it's tethered now, attached. I reach for my jacket, the keys, but I hesitate. Another call, overlapping, static-laced, sharper this time. You see it too, don't you? My pulse spikes. I can't answer, can't respond. My mouth dry, my hands tremble, and yet the voice feels inside my head now, threading through every thought. I step back from the desk, glance at the radio, at the logs, coordinates spinning in tight loops on the screen, shadows in the corners, edges of the light, the sound of my own breath, and the sense of being watched. I'm alone. I tell myself I'm alone, but the voice doesn't care. The voice waits, patient, calm, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to move, waiting for me to step into something I can't yet name. And in that pause, I realize the calls aren't just from the road outside. They're coming for me. The snow had fallen while I was still staring at the radio, frozen in a hum of static and whispers. I told myself it was normal. Late winter, roads iced over, drifting snow. But something in the way the world looked that morning made my stomach tighten. The forest edge along the old highway glimmered white, untouched, except for one thing. Footprints. Not mine. Not anyone I'd recognize. Deep impressions in the fresh powder, leading straight from the roadside into the thicket. I froze. My breath puffed clouds in the cold air. Every instinct screamed to follow, to check for whoever or whatever had left them. But the snow was too perfect, too silent. The tracks were deliberate, precise, almost purposeful. I stepped closer, boots crunching in the crisscross, eyes scanning the trail. The prints were large, irregular, not human. Long toes, clawed edges. Something about them made my skin crawl. They disappeared suddenly a few feet into the forest, swallowed by the whiteness. No continuation, no sign of a struggle. Nothing. Just gone. I pulled the radio from my belt, Fingers stiff from the cold. Tried calling dispatch. Nothing. Static. Whispered syllables. Barely coherent. Wrapping around the signal. My own name, repeated in the hiss. I swallowed hard. Every logical part of my brain screamed that I should stay near the road. Wait for daylight. Wait for company. But the other part, the one that couldn't ignore the pull of those prints, urged me forward. I took a tentative step into the forest, crunching snow underfoot. Every sound was magnified, every shadow a shape. Branches scraped against each other, the wind whispering in tones almost like words. I strained my eyes through the dim morning light. The footprints reappeared sporadically, only to vanish again, leaving me chasing nothing. My mind began to fray in small increments, one thought at a time. Each step I took felt both inevitable and wrong. I noticed the frost on the tree trunks, frost that seemed to shimmer unnaturally, as if the sunlight itself avoided touching it. Or maybe my mind was doing that. I turned a corner, expecting the prints to resume. They did, but not in a straight path. The tracks curved, doubled back, formed loops that made no sense, leading nowhere yet everywhere at once. I crouched to inspect them. There were small scratches in the ice along the sides, shallow grooves, like something had dragged across the frozen ground. Not deep, not violent, but deliberate. The thought hit me that someone or something had been watching, leaving a trail I was supposed to notice. And yet the air was still, too still. No birds, no distant cars, not even the whisper of wind. Then I heard it, soft at first, just beneath the hum of my own thoughts. A faint scraping, not from above but from the snow itself, like claws or nails moving through frost. I froze, listening. My heart kicked hard, hammering in my chest. The sound stopped. My ears strained, expecting another. None came. I told myself it was the ice, a branch collapsing under its own weight. But the feeling of being watched crawled up my spine like liquid fire. I followed the prints again. Each time they vanished, I waited, eyes scanning the empty whiteness. Every time I felt my pulse in my throat, imagining shapes moving just beyond vision. Trees that seemed farther apart one second and closer the next. Shadows curling against trunks, then disappearing. I could almost swear I glimpsed movement, a tall figure slipping between trees. But when I blinked, nothing was there. Hours seemed to pass, though I hadn't checked my watch. The road was far behind, and the footprints were everywhere now, appearing and disappearing in impossible ways. I kept telling myself it was snowdrift, perspective, exhaustion, but the scratches in the ice were too regular, too intentional. They had a pattern, a rhythm, and the rhythm made my stomach twist. Someone or something was orchestrating this, waiting, guiding me. I stopped, pressed my back against a tree, and tried to calm my breathing. The snow around me glinted in the weak light, glittering as though it held eyes, all watching. My radio crackled, static-laced, faint whispers threading through again. I hadn't touched it for hours. How was it still active? How was it still speaking? I focused on the prints, trying to follow the latest line. They led to a small clearing I didn't remember being on any map. The snow here was scuffed, churned as if a struggle had taken place. And yet, there were no bodies, no signs of blood, no scent. Only footprints vanishing again, swallowed by fresh powder that hadn't existed seconds before. I took a step forward, heart thudding, and my foot sank into something soft beneath the snow. Something warm. Nothing visible. Just snow. My pulse spiked, and I forced myself to take another step. That's when I saw it. Off to my right, pressed faintly into the snow, a print unlike the others. Small, human-like, though misshapen, twisted, as if someone had been walking on hands as well as feet. I crouched, tracing it with a gloved hand. The snow had hardened, icy now, preserving it perfectly. I looked around. No tracks leading to it. No prints leading away. Just one mark, standing alone in the middle of the clearing. And then the sense hit me. That single mark wasn't left behind. It was placed, like a warning, or a calling. My stomach turned cold. Every instinct, I had screamed to leave, go back to the road, call for backup. But I couldn't move. Something rooted me in place. A branch snapped, soft, deliberate, somewhere behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The clearing stretched, empty, the forest closing in. Yet I felt it, that presence, circling just beyond sight. I could hear the faintest whisper in the air, a syllable I couldn't name, dragging itself through the frozen silence. My radio, lying in my pocket, hissed, another whisper. My name. Again. I stumbled backward, mind snapping between logic and panic. The footprints appeared again. Not ahead, not behind, everywhere. I turned in a slow circle, chest tight, eyes wide, expecting them to vanish as suddenly as they'd appeared. But now, they were multiplying, layering over each other, crisscrossing in impossible directions. And then I noticed, they weren't moving randomly. They were converging. Toward me. I wanted to scream, wanted to run, but my feet were heavy, frozen in more than just snow. My gloves felt tight, stiff, as though the cold had solidified in my veins. And in the midst of this white madness, I realized something I didn't want to. The footprints weren't just marks. They were watching, waiting, responding to me. I backed toward a tree, hoping the bark would give me a sense of stability. My hands pressed into it, searching for contact with reality. The snow shifted around my feet. A cold wind stirred. A sound, low and wet, almost a sigh, came from nowhere and everywhere at once. The single human-like print in the clearing, it had moved. Not far, just rotated slightly. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to. I dropped to my knees, pressing my gloved hands to the snow, tracing the prints as carefully as I could. Each mark had subtle detail. Clawing edges, tiny depressions like fingertips, slight impressions of nails. Not human, not animal. Something else. And the forest seemed to lean in, closing distance. The snow crunching behind me softly but distinctly, as if something was pacing, circling, mimicking. I stood, trying to orient myself. The clearing was a ring now, prints forming an unbroken circle. They pointed inward. I tried to follow them out, back to the road, but every step I took, new prints appeared. The snow shifted unnaturally, the forest bending. I began to doubt everything. The passage of time, the location of trees, the very laws of the world around me. Another whisper through the static in my pocket. The radio, still alive, still calling, still murmuring. My name, and something else, faint, dragging behind it. A question I didn't recognize, but understood. Do you see? I did, and I didn't want to. The prints led nowhere. They led everywhere. And in the swirling, impossible white of that forest, I understood one thing. The snow wasn't just covering the ground. It was hiding a truth I wasn't ready to face. Something had been here. Something had walked, waited, watched. And now, it was aware I had noticed. I didn't move immediately. My boots were heavy, my hands frozen, my mind spinning. The clearing seemed to stretch, elongate, the snow under my feet softening, hardening, twisting, and then a sound I could not place. Footsteps in a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. Not mine, something else, coming from inside the circle of prints. I wanted to run. My legs obeyed slowly, uncertainly. Each step forward, toward the road, toward something solid. The footprints shifted again, guiding, taunting, mocking. The whisper from the radio grew louder, closer. My name repeated in the hiss, urgent now, compelled. And then I saw it, just for a moment. A shadow flickering between the trees, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, following the rhythm of the footprints, circling me, observing. I blinked. Gone. Only snow, endless white, endless prints. And the knowledge settled like frost in my chest. I was not alone. I turned back toward the road, boots crunching hard, snow spitting beneath my feet. The tracks followed, not ahead, not behind. They were here, around me, waiting for me to look back again. And I did, because something inside me, some primal part, wanted to know what had left them. Nothing, only snow, only the trail that led nowhere. But I knew better. I had seen the impossible, and it was following. The road ended abruptly in a tangle of pines and underbrush, snow drifting across the asphalt like it had a mind of its own. I'd been following the tracks all morning, and the cold had begun to seep past my gloves, biting at my wrists and neck. Every sound was amplified. The snap of a branch, the crunch of snow under my boots, even my own breath. And then I saw it. A fence. At first, it looked normal. Old wooden posts, some leaning, some broken, stretching along the edge of the clearing. I exhaled a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Relief washing over me for a moment. A boundary, a structure, something concrete in this endless, white madness. I walked toward it, boots sinking into snow. But as I approached, a creeping unease twisted my stomach. From the side I was coming, the fence was intact, solid, no gaps, no decay, just weathered wood and nails holding tight. But when I stepped around the far end, it vanished, collapsed, shattered, almost as if it had never existed. I froze, blinking in disbelief. My breath puffed in frosty clouds, heart hammering. There was no wind. Nothing could have caused it to fall that neatly, that completely. And yet, from the other side, standing where I had first seen it, the fence looked untouched, perfectly intact. I circled cautiously, half expecting the world itself to unravel before my eyes. Every step confirmed it. The fence was a lie, a trick, or something worse, something deliberate. My stomach churned. I wasn't imagining it. I knew it. The snow around it was pristine, undisturbed. Except the tracks I had been following, they led straight to the fence, then stopped abruptly at the point where the wood vanished. I crouched, tracing the prints with gloved fingers. They didn't go around the collapsed section, didn't detour. They ended at the impossible gap. A sound made me spin. The wind? No, not the wind. A low, creaking groan, almost human, almost a fence itself protesting. I leaned close, eyes scanning the hollow. A shadow flickered inside the collapsed portion, vanishing as soon as I blinked. The snow seemed to deepen unnaturally there, sinking under invisible weight. I could almost see footprints forming in real time, tiny impressions appearing and disappearing, as if the fence itself was alive. I backed away, heart pounding, and my radio crackled violently. Static hissed and whispered my name. Always my name. I pressed a button, tried calling dispatch. Nothing but garbled sounds, distorted whispers weaving around the signal, like the voices from the snow. Something was here, tethered to me, playing with perception. I forced myself closer, circling the intact side of the fence. Every step felt like a test, like the snow was judging me. The wooden posts seemed taller from this angle, the spaces between them narrower. I squinted, hands on my knees, trying to see the collapsed section from a distance. It moved, not physically, not like a person. The collapse shifted subtly, as if it was breathing, undulating. I froze, every nerve screaming. I remembered the tracks, how they ended abruptly. I realized with sickening certainty that the fence hadn't collapsed at all. It had vanished, and it wasn't permanent, just long enough to draw me closer. I circled again. From the other side, solid. From this side, shattered. My mind tried to rationalize. Old wood, frost damage, perspective. But my gut knew the truth. I could feel it pressing at the edges of my consciousness, a presence threaded through the pines, watching me struggle to make sense. Another sound, closer this time, a faint scrape against a broken wood, soft, deliberate. I froze, listening. Then the faintest whisper of laughter, almost like wind through branches, but wrong. Familiar, wrongly familiar. I turned sharply, half expecting someone to emerge from the trees. Nothing, only snow, still and thick, swallowing sound. The tracks, I traced them again, leading to the fence, stopping at the vanishing section. I crouched, fingertips brushing frozen wood and snow alike. The marks weren't just footprints, tiny scratches along the rails, almost symbols, not letters I could read, not numbers, just shapes that my subconscious recognized as deliberate, threatening, mocking. I stood abruptly, shivering. The cold had stopped mattering. All I could feel was the weight of eyes from somewhere deep in the forest, watching, circling, waiting. I had the fleeting thought that maybe the fence wasn't the danger itself. It was a signal, a marker, a warning. I stepped forward. The collapsed section widened, The shadow in the gap deepened. My boots crunched softly on the snow. Then suddenly the sound multiplied. Not echoing, not behind me, around me. A dozen footsteps in rhythm of my own, pacing, circling, matching my heartbeat. The fence shifted. Another shadow moved. Longer this time, stretching impossibly tall. Almost human, almost wrong. I tried to tell myself it was the trees, the play of light, but the air pressed against my face in unnatural ways. Cold, heavy, like being underwater. I drew my weapon instinctively, hands shaking, breathing ragged. The broken section of the fence seemed to pulse, expand, contract. Each time I moved, it changed, not like snow or wood, like something alive, watching, learning, testing. I stepped back. The intact side mocked me. The collapsed side beckoned. I realized, with sudden clarity, that I couldn't trust my eyes. Every angle presented a different truth. And the snow, the tracks, the trees, they all conspired to trap me in this illusion. I tried the radio again. Static, whispers, my own voice, calling for backup, twisted into garbled fragments. Something was feeding off my fear, my attention, my very awareness. I was the target now, and the fence was a tool. I circled again, from the right. Intact, from the left, nothing but jagged ruins. I stepped through the vanishing section. The cold struck like knives. My boots sank deeper into snow that shouldn't have been there. Snow that hadn't existed a second ago. I stumbled, almost falling into the hollow. Something moved beneath the snow, not visible, but present. Pressure, weight, shifting silently. The footprints, my tracks, disappear behind me, swallowed by fresh powder, leaving no evidence I'd ever been there. And then I understood the true horror. The fence didn't vanish on its own. It vanished because it wanted to trap me. I pressed my hand against the snow, trying to ground myself, to find reality. My fingers brushed something slick beneath the ice. Not water, not wood. Skin, cold, stretched, unyielding. I pulled back sharply. Nothing. Only snow. Only silence. Only the whisper of static through my radio. Calling my name over and over. I spun. From the intact side, the fence stood like a sentinel. From the side I had entered, nothing. The forest beyond twisted, impossible angles. Trees too far apart, then too close. My mind teetered between terror and disbelief. How could this be happening? And then I realized I didn't need to see it to know it was watching. I ran, snow flying, boots slamming into frozen earth. The fence loomed, vanished, loomed again, following, expanding, contracting. I didn't look back. Not once. Not until I reached the small clearing I had passed before. The road ahead stretched like an artery of white, and I felt a momentary relief. But relief was fleeting. I glanced back. The fence, or what I thought was a fence, stood along the tree line, perfectly intact, solid, unmoving, mocking. And I knew deep down it wouldn't stay still for long. The snow beneath my feet shifted again, footprints forming in impossible patterns, circling, doubling back, converging. And somewhere beyond sight, I heard a faint, deliberate scraping. Nails against wood? Bones? Something alive. I forced myself forward, away from the tree lean. The snow seemed to resist me, the forest stretching and twisting, playing with perception. Every step forward was a negotiation with reality. The radio hiss, whispers, my name, questions I couldn't answer. And then I understood. The fence wasn't just a structure. It was a trap, a marker, a signpost in the madness. Something had designed this place for me, feeding on attention, curiosity, fear. The vanishing section was only the beginning. I reached the road. Snow dusted my shoulders, wind cutting across my face. My pulse was racing, my mind teetering on the edge of comprehension. The forest behind me stood silent, the fence intact again, as if it had never moved. I kept walking, but the footprints followed, not in the snow, not visible, but present, in my mind, in my chest, in the way the air pressed against me. And I knew with certainty that this was far from over. The fence had vanished for me once. It would vanish again. And next time, I might not be able to escape. I had walked the road for what felt like hours, though the snow made time slippery, bending it. Each step left prints. But the cold whispered that none of them mattered. Trees lined the path, dark and skeletal against the gray sky, their shadows stretching long and thin across the snow. Something was there just beyond sight. I could feel it. Eyes. Not one pair, not a single watcher, but dozens, deep in the pines, catching glimpses of movement. Something shifting between trunks and branches, always at the edge of my vision. Every time I blinked, the shapes changed. Too tall, too thin, too fast. I told myself it was the trees, the wind, my mind trying to make sense of the impossible. But the feeling didn't lie. I was being watched. A snapping twig made me spin. Nothing. Only snow fluttering down from the canopy, drifting to the ground. I started walking faster, shoulders hunched, eyes scanning the perimeter. The forest seemed to breathe with me, inhaling my fear, exhaling cold dread. Every sound was exaggerated. The crunch of my boots, the faint rustle of unseen branches, the whisper of something moving just beyond the pines. I tried to rationalize it. Shadows, animals, or maybe I was imagining it. But when I stopped to catch my breath, I noticed it. A pair of dark shapes, low among the trunks, tracking me. They didn't move like deer, didn't twitch like foxes. They watched, and when I took a step, they retreated, only to reappear a few paces ahead, maintaining distance but keeping eyes fixed on me. I swallowed hard. My hands shook. The snow underfoot felt different here, softer, as if someone or something had walked just before me. But no tracks appeared behind me. The prints vanished, swallowed by fresh powder that hadn't fallen from above. I tried calling out, "Who's there?" My voice sounded tiny, swallowed immediately by the pines. No answer, only rustling, only the watching. I moved faster, boots crunching over ice and snow. Every step brought the shadows closer, or maybe they had always been there, waiting, moving with me. A shape darted between the trunks, taller than any man, elongated and impossibly thin. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs. For a moment, I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, my own fear creating movement where there was none. But then, a sound, a whisper, low and sibilant, threading through the trees, curling around my ears. Not words I could understand, just tones, like someone mimicking the language of wind and snow. I turned, spinning, searching for source. Nothing. The whispers came from all directions. My radio crackled in response, bursts of static that resolved into faint, distorted echoes of my own voice. I stumbled over a root, boots scraping against ice, and landed on my hands. Snow sprayed across my jacket. When I looked up, the shadows had changed. There were more of them now, not in the same spots, not static. They moved like liquid, sliding between trunks, stretching across the snow like smoke. Each time I moved, they shifted, keeping pace. I realized with a sinking feeling that I couldn't outrun them. Not here. Not now. Panic surged. I tried to climb a small rise, hoping for better sight, hoping for clarity. The higher ground didn't help. The shadows were everywhere. One, at the edge of my vision, blinked. No, not blinked. Its shape dissolved, reformed, as if testing me, daring me to follow. I swallowed bile, forcing my legs to move, heart hammering. My breath fog in front of me, every exhale visible, trembling in the freezing air. And then I saw it, a pair of eyes, bright, unnatural, reflecting something I couldn't name. Not human, not animal, but alive, watching. I froze. They were only a few feet away, inside the dense pines, yet separated by more than space. They existed on another plane, or perhaps between layers of perception, something my mind wasn't meant to see. The snow beneath me shifted, not footprints, not tracks, but indentations forming in patterns too deliberate to be random. I leaned closer, squinting, heart racing, and realized the shapes mirrored the eyes I had just seen, repeated across the clearing like a code, a warning, or a map I didn't understand. I stumbled back. The whispers grew louder. They weren't coming from the trees. They were coming from inside my head. Not words, not sentences, but urges, telling me to stop, telling me to move. telling me to look, but not too close. Each suggestion carried weight, pressing on my skull, making my temples throb. I tried calling dispatch. Nothing but static mixed with low, mocking echoes of my own voice. I pressed harder, gripping the radio, praying for a human response. Silence, then a whisper, soft, almost intimate. You shouldn't have come. I spun. The pines seemed alive now, branches curling like fingers. The shadows slid closer, stretching, melting into the snow, then dispersing. I took a step back. Another shadow emerged, taller than the rest, moving differently, deliberate, controlling. My pulse raced. My mind screamed. I ran, snow flying in every direction, boots pounding over ice and roots. The shadows didn't chase me. They surrounded me, flanking, pacing, maintaining distance. I couldn't see them all at once, but I could feel them, watching, judging, waiting. A branch snapped behind me. My head jerked. Nothing, but the feeling intensified. One pair of eyes followed me closely, always at the edge of my vision, brighter now, glimmering through the gray haze of snow and tree. I realized they weren't just observing. They were communicating, pressing something into my consciousness I couldn't interpret. I stumbled into a small clearing. Snow drifted lazily from the trees, falling thick and muffling sound. Relief, brief and fleeting, washed over me. I thought I had escaped, at least momentarily, but then I noticed the footprints. Not mine, not animal. They circled the clearing, weaving impossible paths, converging at the edge of the tree line. And the eyes, more than two now, dozens, blinked from the shadows, reflecting faint light in impossible ways. They weren't random. They were aligned, forming a pattern I couldn't decipher but felt in my chest, a rhythm I could not escape. My knees trembled. My mind screamed. I tried to speak. I'm leaving. My voice cracked. No sound came. Just the snow, the shadows, the whispers inside my skull. I took a step toward the path. The shadows moved in tandem, sliding closer, narrowing my exit. Every choice felt wrong, every direction dangerous. I pressed onward, shoving fear aside. The path opened slightly and I saw movement. The edge of the forest, pale light filtering through gray clouds. Hope, brief and shimmering. I ran faster, adrenaline surging. Then I felt it. Behind me, something solid brushed against the back of my shoulder. Cold, heavy. I spun, hard in my throat. Nothing but snow, drifting gently. Yet the weight lingered, pressing, lingering. The eyes watched, always watching. I forced myself forward, ignoring the sensation, ignoring the shadows that slipped closer each time I blinked. I reached the road, boots skidding on icy asphalt. The trees loomed behind me, silent but alive. The whispers faded slightly, but didn't disappear. They circled, waiting, patient. I didn't look back. Not yet. I had to reach my car. Reach warmth, reach sanity. But the feeling of those eyes remained, seared into my mind. Not just watching me. They were part of the forest now, part of the snow, part of my own perception, blurring the line between what was real and what I feared. As I reached the edge of the clearing, I realized the worst part. The eyes hadn't left. Not one of them. They lingered in my peripheral vision, refusing to blink. And I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that I couldn't leave them behind. Something had tethered itself to me, and it wasn't waiting to strike. It was waiting for me to understand. I reached my car, hands trembling, keys fumbling. The engine roared to life, but the shadows didn't vanish. They dissolved into the edges of the forest, lingering, watching. I drove slowly, trying to keep the road in front of me, the tree line at a safe distance. But every corner, every bend, I felt them, always at the edge, always observing, always there. I thought I had escaped, but I knew better. The pines had eyes, and the eyes had remembered me. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to be remembered. I thought leaving would end it. I thought that once the trees and snow and shadows were behind me, I could breathe, could forget. But the calls, they didn't stop. Not even as I drove miles away from the forest, away from the pines, away from the eyes that had tethered themselves to my skin. It started small. My radio, silent for hours, crackled to life. At first, just static, then a whisper, faint, unmistakable, curling into my ears like smoke. Don't leave. I yanked the cord out, slammed it down, heart pounding, my palms slick with sweat. I told myself it was the cold, the fear, the exhaustion. But deep down, I knew it was more. Then my phone. The screen lit up, caller ID showing the local station from near the Pines. I hadn't saved any number like that. I answered once. Nothing but heavy breathing, low and deliberate, punctuated by faint rustling, like someone or something moving just behind a thin wall of snow and tree. I hung up, trembling, convinced it was coincidence. Hours later, the calls persisted. Different numbers, all from that same area. But the background, it wasn't right. It had a texture, a tone that made the hair on my arms rise. Whispers layered under faint, rhythmic tapping, like claws or nails scratching into ice. Each time I tried call back, the line cut off. Every attempt at contact was swallowed, distorted. Sleep became impossible. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, hearing distant echoes of the Pines, seeing shadows in corners of my apartment that didn't belong. I told myself it was fatigue, paranoia, too many hours on the road. But then I heard it, soft, deliberate footsteps on the stairwell outside my door. My apartment building was empty. Everyone else was away for the week. I checked the peephole. Nothing, only darkness. The dim glow of streetlights reflecting off wet asphalt. The feeling of being watched intensified, not just outside, but inside. I could feel in the bed, in the floor, on the walls. Every surface seemed to pulse with a memory of those eyes in the Pines. The whispers were inside me now, curling into thoughts I couldn't control. By midday, I was exhausted, hollowed out. The radio called again, static crackling, the faint sound of snow crunching under invisible feet. I grabbed it, shaking. Who is this? What do you want? My voice sounded tiny, swallowed immediately by white noise and layered whispers that mimicked my words. You can't leave. I slammed the radio down. The sound lingered, echoing in the apartment like it had never stopped. I tried the windows. Locked, closed. Everything seemed ordinary, almost safe. But I could feel it. The tether pulling me back to the forest, to the eyes, to the impossibly tall, thin shapes moving between the trunks. A knock at the door. I froze. Slow, deliberate. Single knocks, measured. I crept closer, hard in my throat. The door rattled under my fingers. Faint shadows flickering beneath the edges. I whispered, "Who's there?" Silence. Then a faint voice, barely audible. You can't leave. I stumbled back, knocking over the chair. The apartment felt alive now, walls breathing, shadows stretching toward me. I ran to the kitchen, trying to grab anything, some weapon, some protection. A knife, a baseball bat, anything. But the apartment didn't feel safe. It wasn't safe. Not anywhere. The phone rang again. I didn't touch it, but the call log showed it. The same number, unending, persistent. I realized it wasn't calling me. I was calling it. By ignoring it, by trying to escape, I had acknowledged the tether, and it responded, always, waiting, learning. I tried leaving again. Packing the car, I thought maybe distance would break the hold. But when I drove past the old road, the Pines appeared at the edge of my vision, impossibly close, impossibly dense, even though miles had passed. And there, in the rear view mirror, faintly, impossibly, I saw them. Eyes, reflected in the dark glass, watching, unblinking, patient. Each mile I put between myself and the forest, the calls followed, on the radio, on my phone, even through the tiny speaker in my dashboard. The whispers became more coherent, layered voices overlapping, pulling words from memory, from my mind. Don't leave. Stay. Belong. I stopped at a diner, trying to act normal. The neon buzzed, a sickly pink glow of the parking lot. Inside, people moved, oblivious. But every reflection in glass, in chrome, in polished surfaces, held shadows at the edges, watching, waiting. I could feel them inside my body now, not just my mind. The tether wasn't just outside. It had crossed the threshold. I tried to sleep that night. Every light on, doors locked, windows covered. I lay rigid, listening to hum of the refrigerator, the faint whisper of my own breath. But then the calls, not through any device, not through any normal medium. They were in my head, clear, distinct. You can't leave. You belong here. I understood then with a sickening clarity. The forest, the eyes, the shadows, they hadn't let go, and they wouldn't, not while I lived. The calls weren't distress signals. They were marks, hooks, chains that tied me to that place, to whatever watched, to whatever waited. And distance didn't matter. I couldn't outrun it. I couldn't escape it. Days blurred. Work calls ignored. Meals skipped. I could feel the tether tightening with each attempt to forget. Every time I looked in a mirror, I saw the faint reflection of movement behind me. Shadows that didn't belong to my apartment. I spoke to no one, explained nothing. Because who would believe that a forest, that a line of trees, could follow you into the city, into your home, into your mind? Then it began to escalate. Small things first. Objects slightly out of place. Doors that hadn't been opened creaking ajar. Footsteps echoing in hallways with no one there. Shadows stretching longer than the light should allow. The calls, whispers, voices. They became instructions. Not demands, not warning, but subtle manipulations, nudging me toward actions I didn't always understand. I realized with horror I wasn't alone. Never had been. Even when the apartment seemed empty, I felt the presence, patient, silent, waiting for recognition. I couldn't lock it out. Couldn't barricade the doors. It had me, tethered, claimed, and the forest. It was everywhere now, inside me, outside me, in every sound, every reflection, every heartbeat. I stopped trying to fight. I started listening. The whispers, the calls, even the subtle shifts in shadows. They spoke a language I began to understand. Not with words, but with feeling, urges, commands, directions, all guiding me back to the forest, back to the pines, back to the eyes that had first tethered me. And that was the cruelest part. I wasn't afraid anymore. Not entirely. The fear had dissolved into resignation, into a strange, creeping curiosity. What was waiting for me at the end of the tether? What had chosen to connect itself to me so thoroughly? The forest, the shadows, the eyes. They weren't simply watching anymore. They were guiding, leading, claiming. I don't know how long I sat there, listening to the calls, feeling the tether pull. Hours? Days? Time became irrelevant. The whispers became clearer, layered, like multiple voices speaking at once, yet perfectly synchronized. I realized then, the forest didn't just want to be seen. It wanted to be understood. And I was beginning to understand. The calls continued, always, even now as I speak. They come from the forest, yes, but they're here, too. They will not stop. They will not relent. I can leave the road, leave the snow, leave the pines. I can pretend I am free, but the tether remains, and it always will. I know, now, that I will never truly escape. The eyes and the pines are in my mind, in my shadow, in the whispers that trail me, and the calls, they follow, insistent, patient, eternal. I belong here now, whether I walk back in the forest or not. And someday I will understand why. But not yet. I heard it before I even picked up the call. A frantic voice, trembling, repeating numbers over and over. At first, I thought it was a wrong line, some drunk or kid dialing their math homework, but the pattern in the numbers didn't make sense. Not random, not accidental. It hummed with intent like a code or a warning. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. The patrol car's engine buzzing in my ears. 911, what's your emergency? I asked. Nothing, just the numbers. I repeated my question, voice low but firm. Still, the pattern persisted. 479479, like a heartbeat in Morse code. I felt my skin crawl. The road was quiet, empty, stretching through the outskirts like a ribbon of shadow. I could see the traffic lights ahead, flickering red then green, then fading out completely. The voice on the other end whispered now, almost conversational, almost human. Don't come closer. I blinked, unsure if I'd heard it right. Ma'am? Sir, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But my pulse had a rhythm of its own now. Fast, unyielding. The line crackled. Static. Then the numbers again. I jotted them down quickly. 479479. Pattern. Repeated. Meaningful. I followed the GPS coordinates the caller had accidentally provided, though I could feel a hesitation tightening in my gut. Something about that voice didn't belong in the world I knew. I passed street after street, houses dimly lit, trees casting shapes like fingers reaching for me. The numbers echoed in my head. Then I saw it, a figure at the end of the street, motionless, watching. Shadows pooled around them, distorted, like the streetlight itself feared to touch them. I slowed, keeping my headlights steady. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, and then, just as suddenly, it was gone. The radio buzzed, breaking my gaze. "Sheriff, you copy?" A voice, solid, grounding, relief, connection. I responded immediately, but the voice faltered, then static. A low, growling hum buried the signal, and beneath it, I could swear I heard the numbers again. My name threaded in between. "Sheriff 479. I stopped the car, engine idling. The street was empty again. Shadows pressed against the edges of every corner. I gripped my flashlight and stepped out. The air was cold, thick, unnatural. I held the device like a shield, but the numbers kept ringing in my skull, looping, warping. The ground beneath my boots felt softer, almost pulsing. I followed the sensation. A magnetic pull toward the abandoned house at the corner. Windows dark, curtains torn. I reached the door. My hand trembled. The numbers whispered behind my ears. Louder now. 479. 479. Until it stopped. Silence. Then the front door creaked open on its own. I froze. No wind. No one inside. Only shadows dancing against peeling wallpaper, moving with intent, circling me. I stepped in cautiously. Every instinct screamed to leave, but curiosity tethered me to the spot. A phone on the floor rang. I jumped back. It was the same pattern, the same number, flashing across the screen. 479. I picked it up. Nothing but static. And then a voice, distorted, distant, yet clear. "You're next." I bolted outside, back to the car. Engine started. Lights on, but the street had changed. The figure was back, closer this time, watching, waiting, and the numbers looping endlessly in my head, in the radio, in the static of the air itself. I tried calling for backup. Radio dead, every channel silent. Even my phone signal faltered. I was alone, completely alone, and the numbers continued. 479, 479, echoing, tethering me, pulling me towards something I couldn't name. The feeling of being observed intensified. Shadows moved at the edge of my vision, stretching, bending, whispering. Each step I took forward was heavier, as if the street itself resisted me. The numbers weren't just in my head anymore. They were in the walls, in the streetlights, in the cold wind pressing against my face. I reached the intersection where the caller had said the disturbance began. The streetlights flickered again, casting strange, uneven shapes. Cars parked along the curb groaned as if settling into some unseen weight. The air vibrated with a low hum, and the numbers, always the numbers, spun faster in my mind. Then the phone vibrated. On my lap, screen lit up with the caller ID. Unknown. I answered, hand shaking. The same voice, the same numbers. But this time, it ended differently. Do you see it? I glanced around. Nothing at first. Then, faint movement in the reflection of a nearby window. Shadows flitted across walls where no one stood. My pulse spiked. The number pattern continued, now overlapping with a rhythm that mimicked footsteps behind me. I spun around, flashlight sweeping the street. Empty, but the air moved differently. Heavy alive, watching, waiting. The numbers whispered in my mind, forming a sentence, a message I couldn't yet comprehend. I realized, with a sinking certainty, that the call wasn't just a warning. It was a lure. It wanted me here. It had always wanted me here. And the numbers 479 were the key, the map, the anchor to something far older, far darker than the street I had grown up patrolling. I called into the void. Try again for backup. Radio dead. Phone signal flickered. Only the numbers, looping endlessly. And then, just as I prepared to step forward, a shadow detached from the darkness, human-shaped or almost human, and it moved with purpose, gliding across the pavement. I raised a flashlight, aiming straight at it. It paused, tilting slightly, as if observing me, assessing me, and then just as quickly, it vanished. Not ran, vanished, like the world itself swallowed it whole. I was left with only the numbers, echoing, tethering, pulling me deeper into a night that didn't follow normal rules. I understood then, whatever this was, it wasn't done. It would continue. It would call again. And next time, I might not escape so easily, the night pressing around me. Shadows moving just beyond perception. Air humming with a rhythm that was no longer natural. And in my head, the numbers repeated, 479, looping endless. A siren pulling me closer to something I couldn't yet name. I sat in my car, engine running, flashlight trembling in my hand, waiting, listening, and somewhere in the distance, I knew it would call again, because it always calls. I hit the intersection, and everything went wrong at once. Traffic lights flickered in a chaotic rhythm, red to green to dead. Cars ahead stalled as if the world itself had pulled the plugs. Horns blared, engines sputtered, and through it all, shadows pooled at the edges of the street, stretching long and impossible. I gripped the wheel tighter, trying to keep control, but my eyes kept darting to the corners where movement seemed to whisper. Something was out there, circling, but every time I turned to catch it, the shadows dissolved into nothing. Yet I felt them, always felt them, like cold fingers brushing against the back of my neck. The first car stalled inches from my bumper. The driver screamed something incoherent before slumping forward. I tried to push past it, but my brakes wouldn't respond. Not fully. The pedal felt heavy, like it was sinking into something unseen. I stepped out. The cold bit through my jacket. Air was thick, like fog clinging just to this intersection. The shadows were closer now, more defined, but shifting never still. One stretched across the street, like a claw reaching for me, only to vanish when I blinked. Every attempt to call for help was met with static, low groans, whispers woven into the hiss. My radio spat out distorted voices, some repeating my name, others the numbers, 479, and then laughter, faint, brittle, not human. I wanted to leave, but the cars around me were frozen, engines dead, doors locked or stuck. Even the street signs seemed to bend slightly, edges warped. A car ahead rocked violently, as if an invisible hand gripped it. Its headlights flickered, briefly illuminating a figure standing behind me, tall and thin, blurred at the edges. I spun, but the moment I raised the flashlight, it was gone. No footprints, no shadow, nothing. Only the hum in my ears and the feeling that I wasn't alone. I tried moving the patrol car again. Nothing. Then it jolted forward violently, tires squealing, but I couldn't steer. It was as if the road itself resisted me. Every time I looked around, the intersection seemed to expand, stretching, pulling shadows closer. I noticed the manhole covers vibrating slightly. Low rumble beneath the asphalt. A whisper curled to the hum of stalled engines. You shouldn't be here. I want to call out, to ask what it wanted, but the words stuck in my throat. My hands were trembling. I felt exposed, vulnerable, trapped. The shadows moved faster now, flitting across cars, over rooftops, circling the streetlights. Every blink revealed a new shape, faces in the darkness, impossible geometry to their bodies. One leaned close, features pale and stretched, eyes impossibly wide. I jerked back and it vanished. A gust of wind, or maybe it wasn't wind, whipped through the street, carrying with it a faint scent of smoke and decay. My flashlight flickered for a heartbeat. I thought I saw hundreds of eyes in the air itself, hovering, tracking me. The numbers again, whispering. 479, repeating, overlapping, merging with the distorted laughter. I had to move, but the world refused. Every step toward the edge of the intersection was met with resistance. Cars wouldn't budge. Shadows pressed in. Even the streetlights bent inwards, casting unnatural angles. It wasn't just an intersection anymore, it was a trap. Then I noticed something. The signs, the markings on the asphalt, they weren't static. Lines shifted slightly when I wasn't looking, directing me back to the center, like I was walking in circles. Panic clawed at my chest. This wasn't chance. It was deliberate. Something wanted me here. Watching, waiting, testing. I took out my flashlight, sweeping the street. Shadows responded. One thickened, elongated toward me, then retracted, then multiplied across the other side of the road. Figures, shapes, forms that didn't obey physics or reason. Yet the more I focused, the less I saw. Peripheral vision betrayed me. Something moved there. Always. A faint sound beneath the hum caught me. Footsteps or tires scraping. I couldn't tell. Then the whispers. Not the numbers this time, but sentences. Fractured, broken. Leave, you cannot leave. It made my skin crawl. My heart pounded. Blood roaring in my ears. I returned to my patrol car. Tried the engine again. Ignition turned, but no sound. The dashboard flickered with a weak glow. Lights dancing like heartbeat monitors. And then I heard it, a low, almost human growl coming from beneath the cars. Not one growl, but many layered, echoing. Something alive, moving beneath the asphalt, beneath the world. I slammed the door, took out my flashlight. Every shadow now had direction, attention. The intersection had become a stage, and I, unwilling actor, trapped in the center. The hum of stalled engines, the flickering lights, the whispered threats, all worked together, pulling me deeper into a state I couldn't name, couldn't escape. Then a car horn blasted. Not from a car. From nowhere. It resonated in my chest. Every horn after it, sharper, more insistent, like the numbers were forming a rhythm, a warning. For 7-9 overlaid with mechanical chaos. I covered my ears, but the sound penetrated anyway. Something shifted behind me. Movement. I turned slowly. A shadow slithered along the curb, then across the street. It wasn't human. Or maybe it was human, stretched, bent in ways no one should be. It paused, head tilting, observing, as if assessing my fear. Then it melted into the darkness again. I tried to run. The asphalt itself seemed to resist me. Every step forward felt like swimming through molasses. The intersection expanded unnaturally, lights flickering to reveal impossible distance. And yet, shadows were always closer than they should be. I raised my flashlight to sweep the area. My own shadow stretched far longer than the streetlight should allow, twisting and bending, forming extra limbs, impossible angles. It moved independently, creeping towards something I couldn't see. The whispers merged with my heartbeat. 479, 479, repeating endlessly. Then a lull. Everything paused. The hum stopped. Shadows froze mid-motion. Silence. Even my own breath felt loud. I took a cautious step, then another. The intersection seemed to exhale with me, but the reprieve was short. A low vibration in the asphalt returned. Footsteps? Or pulses from something beneath the world? I couldn't tell. From the shadows, a new shape emerged. Taller, darker, almost like a silhouette painted on the night. It moved slowly toward me. I froze. Nothing moved in a normal pattern. The world itself seemed aware of me now. The numbers, 4, 7, 9, formed a mantra, tethering me, guiding the shape closer. I backed into my patrol car. No escape, no signal, no way forward. And yet, every instinct screamed I was still being observed, even beyond the limits of sight. My mind spun, trying to calculate, rationalize. But logic faltered here. Fear was the only constant. Then the headlights of a car flickered on nearby. Relief, fleeting. But the vehicle didn't belong. No driver, no engine, just light slicing through the fog, illuminating shadows that danced unnaturally at the edges. And the whispers returned. Not numbers this time. Words. Commands. Stop. Don't move. Belong. I realized the intersection was no longer a location. It was an entity. Alive. Watching. responding to my fear. Every attempt to leave made the shadows lean closer. Every breath pulled me into the hum. The numbers, the whispers, the distorted reality. It all converged here. I was trapped in more than just a street. I was trapped in something alive, patient, eternal. I gripped my flashlight, scanning one last time. A shape emerged at the far edge, human enough to recognize, wrong enough to recoil. It pointed, not at me, but into the street, into the darkness beyond. And for a split second, I understood this wasn't random. There was a pattern, an order, and if I didn't follow it, I would vanish. I didn't move. The shadows pressed closer. Whispered commands became growls. My heart thundered, my head spun. The intersection pulsed beneath me. For 7-9, for 7-9, and then silence. For a moment, the world held its breath. I was alone, too alone, and in that brief quiet, I realized I wasn't just trapped physically. I was trapped mentally, tethered to this place by something I couldn't name, something that would follow me long after I left. And the intersection waited. Always. The radio cut out again. Mid-chase. Just like that. One moment the static hissed like a living thing, then silence. I hit the channel switch. Nothing. My heartbeat echoed in the cab of the patrol car, louder than it had any right to be. The road ahead was empty, black as pitch. Trees pressing on either side. Skeletal limbs scraping the roof as if warning me not to go further. The headlights caught nothing but fog, low and crawling, thick enough to feel like it had weight. I tried the radio again. Nothing, not even static. It was dead, and with it, every lifeline I had. I was cut off, alone, and I knew, even before I saw them, that I wasn't entirely alone. The first sound came from behind, soft, not the hum of an engine, but something slower, deliberate, scraping across the asphalt. I whipped the wheel, shined my flashlight out the window. Empty road, just fog. The sound followed, a rhythm, taps, scratches, echoing, almost like footsteps, but not human. The streetlights flickered 1, 2, 3, then out entirely. My headlights barely pierced the fog. Shadows pulled in unnatural shapes. Branches bent toward me. I could feel their weight, not just on the roof of the car, but pressing against my chest. I tried the radio again, punching buttons, twisting knobs. Dead. I muttered curses under my breath. Relief was gone. Panic filled its place. The world beyond my windshield had become a void that wasn't empty. Something moved there, slow and patient, watching me try to figure out why I was alone. The hum returned, low at first, beneath the floorboards, then louder, thrumming in my chest. It felt like it knew me. The numbers came again, not through the radio, but in my head. For 7-9, repeating, embedded, telling me I had no escape. I tried the engine. The patrol car roared and died. Tires spinning on empty asphalt. Smoke rising, headlights flickering. I slammed the gear into park. Everything was still, silent but for the hum beneath me. I was trapped, and I could feel it in every nerve. I stepped out. Cold air hit me like knives. Fog wrapped around my legs. Tendrils curling upward. The scratches followed. Slow, deliberate, coming from all sides at once. I spun in a circle. Nothing, but I could feel it. Always just beyond the edge of my vision. Always moving, testing me. A figure appeared, where I thought it did, half-formed, blurring at the edges. Human enough to recognize, wrong enough to terrify. It didn't move like a person. It flickered, like an old film reel skipping frames. And then, gone. But the feeling of being watched remained, growing stronger, pressing into my skull. I ran back to the car, slammed the door, tried the radio one more time. A burst of static this time, a voice embedded within, distorted, overlapping with the numbers. You can't leave, you're ours. The voice hissed and screamed all at once. I slammed the radio down, but the sound didn't stop. It echoed in the cab, in the air around me, everywhere. Headlights flickered again. I saw shapes moving in the fog, fast now, darting between trees, around the patrol car. Not animals, not people, something else. And they weren't hiding. They were baiting me, testing me. I gunned the engine. Tires spun. Car jolted forward. For a moment, relief. The road stretched ahead. I could see the faint outline of a street, maybe civilization, but the fog thickened instantly, swallowing everything, hiding the road. The patrol car slowed. I tried to steer. It resisted. Not the tires. Something else. Something alive beneath me, in the asphalt. Then the hum became voices. Whispers, overlapping, urgent and commanding. Stop. Don't move. Belong. I couldn't breathe properly. The fog wrapped tighter, thick enough I could taste it. The patrol car felt heavier, as if sinking into something solid beneath the road. I looked around, shining my flashlight into the fog. Figures emerged, fleeting. Faces hollowed, stretched wrong. Watching, waiting, and then all at once, a shadow darted across the hood of the car. I slammed on the brakes. The car shuddered. The shadow paused midair in possible angles. And then it was gone, leaving only a smear of darkness. My chest tightened, adrenaline surged, but rational thought had fled. The radio had always been my lifeline, the link to someone, anyone outside this nightmare. Now without it, I realized how isolated I was. Alone, with something alive and patient, hunting me in the fog. The engine caught again briefly, then died. Tires spun on empty asphalt, smoke curling into the night. I felt the vibration beneath the car. Footsteps? Pulses? Something moving under me. Following me, tethering me to this place. I couldn't tell. I slammed my fist on the wheel, but no reaction came. The numbers again. 479, not on the radio this time. In my head, my own pulse synchronized with them. Every beat a reminder I was being tracked, observed. My flashlight flickered, illuminating trees that bent impossibly. Branches reached for me. Shadows pulled and stretched. The fog churned. Then, from nowhere, a sound, a car horn. Not a car. No engine. Just sound slicing through the fog, vibrating through my teeth and skull. The numbers layered atop it, forming a rhythm, a heartbeat of night. I tried to cover my ears. Useless. It penetrated anyway. Something moved, close now. My peripheral vision caught it, shifting, flitting, a silhouette taller than any human, leaning toward me. Then, split second, gone. Only the feeling remained. Watching, learning, waiting. The fog wrapped tighter. My breath came in ragged gasps. I stepped out of the patrol car, desperate to see what followed. Cold wrapped my legs. Fog tugged at me, pulling. I took a cautious step forward. The shadows flinched, recoiled slightly, then advanced again. It wasn't fear that drove them. It was curiosity, intelligence, and malevolence. I tried to run. The asphalt itself resisted me. Every step forward felt like swimming in molasses. Shadows flit ahead, shapes forming and dissolving, leading me, guiding me, keeping me in place. Numbers repeating. 479, 479, embedded, tethering me. I realized the radio was gone from its purpose. It didn't matter. I reached the door, slammed it shut. The building exhaled, as if acknowledging my presence, reluctant, aware. I leaned against it, shaking. My ears rang with silence, my eyes adjusting to nothing. But I knew she hadn't left. Something in that office had anchored her voice, her panic, into the walls, into the air, into the space between breaths. It lingered patient, waiting for the next person to answer the call, to hear the last words she would never finish speaking. And I realized it didn't matter that she was gone. The building had swallowed her and left her last words behind, not as a message, but as a warning. And now they were mine. I returned to the office the next morning, though I shouldn't have. My hands were still shaking from the previous night. Every memory of her last words crawling over my skin like insects. The sun hadn't yet reached the building's windows, leaving it draped in shadow even at mid-morning. The front door was unlocked, though I was certain I had secured it. My flashlight now felt unnecessary, but I carried it anyway, instinct whispering that darkness lingered even in daylight. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Dust, paper, faint copper, the same metallic tang from before. And something else, something I couldn't name, a weight in the air, pressing down. The office was empty, or at least it appeared empty. Desks stood in perfect alignment, yet papers were scattered across the floor, as if someone had vanished mid-action. A coffee cup teetered on the edge of a desk, slowly rocking, then stopped. No fingerprints, no sign of struggle, but the disarray made my stomach twist. I walked cautiously down the aisles. My shoes echoed. Somewhere, a filing cabinet drawer creaked open, then closed. I froze. I told myself it was the building settling, an old structure breathing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that the absence of life was louder than any presence could ever be. I approached her desk. The monitor was dark, blank, but papers were arranged as if someone had abandoned them in a hurry. Notes, memos, scribbles in frantic handwriting. I picked up one, half of a sentence. I can feel them, and then it ended. Abruptly, I swallowed hard. It was the same as the message on her computer the night before. Unfinished. Interrupted. I ran my fingers over the keyboard. Warmth lingered. Not cold, not dead, but alive enough to make me jump. Like she had just left. Like she could return at any moment. And then I saw it. A shadow in the corner of the room. Not my own. Shifting, waiting. I spun. Flashlight slicing the dim light. Nothing. Only the papers stirring on their own. The faint hum of electricity in the walls. A drawer rattled behind me. Slowly, deliberately, I stepped back. Then I heard it, soft, almost imperceptible. A sigh. Not a mechanical noise. Not wind. Human. And close. Too close. My pulse surged. I scanned every corner. Empty, yet the feeling remained. A presence coiling around me, tethered to the office, to her absence. I tried to call for backup. My radio crackled. Static. Whispers beneath the hiss. Words fragmented. Don't leave alone. I shook my head. It had to be interference. Nerves. Imagination. And yet, I felt the same chill brushing my neck as if a hand had just passed by. I moved deeper into the office. Cubicles stretched like a labyrinth. Every step echoed. Chairs shifted slightly. Papers fluttered, though no breeze stirred. I rounded a corner and froze. The conference room door was ajar. I hadn't opened it. And inside, the table was set as if a meeting had just paused. Notes scattered, a pen rolling across the surface, stopping at my feet. I picked it up. Cold. Then I noticed something else. The chair at the head of the table, slowly turning. Not abruptly, but gradually, as if someone invisible had been sitting there and just stood. My throat tightened. I couldn't see anyone, couldn't explain it, yet every instinct screamed danger. I backed out of the room, careful not to make noise. My breath came in shallow bursts. The office was alive, or perhaps it was aware of me. Every shadow seemed intentional, every flicker of light deliberate. The building wasn't just empty, it was watching. I tried the intercom, my voice shaking. Anyone here? Security. Only static replied, then a whisper beneath it. You shouldn't. I froze. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. Not the ceiling, not the walls, just the air itself vibrating. A message directed straight at me. I returned to her desk. The papers on the floor had rearranged themselves. Not much, just subtle shifts, but enough to make me jump. I picked up a sheet, half a sentence scribbled. They're not gone waiting for her, and torn. Again, the interruption, the unfinished thought. Each fragment left me with more questions than answers. I thought about calling it in, telling someone, anyone, but my hands were trembling too much. The building seemed to pulse around me, as though aware I was contemplating leaving. And I realized leaving wasn't an option. Not yet. Not until I understood what happened here. Why she vanished. Why her last words had anchored themselves to these walls. A cold breeze swept past my cheek. I turned sharply. Nothing. Then the sound of typing. Faint, distant, mechanical. Coming from the empty office. I could feel it in my bones. Rhythmic, deliberate. I followed it. Heartbeat echoing in time with the keystrokes. The source was a computer at the far end. Its monitor flickered. cursor blinking on a blank document. And then as I approached, words appeared, typed as if by an invisible hand. "You shouldn't be here." I staggered back. The words weren't fast, but deliberate, slow, methodical. I watched, frozen. The cursor blinked once, twice, and then more words. "They know you're here." I could feel eyes on me, though no one was there. The office had become a trap. Each empty desk a potential hiding place. Every shadow a predator. The air felt thick, heavy, saturated with something I couldn't identify. Fear, malice, presence. I bolted for the exit, but the door slammed shut before I could reach it. No wind, no hand. Just shut. My hands pounded against it, desperate, frantic. The whispers grew louder, threaded through the static of my radio, crawling through the walls, curling into my ears. "You shouldn't alone, never leave." I collapsed to the floor, chest heaving. The office breathed around me, a living, sentient maze. Every paper fluttered, every monitor flickered, and then silence, heavy, suffocating silence. But it wasn't empty. It was filled with her absence, with the unfinished messages, with the feeling that I had just walked into a waiting trap. I realized then, as I pressed my ear to the door, that it wasn't her who was gone. She had left pieces of herself behind, messages, fragments, warnings, and whatever lingered in this building had absorbed them, twisted them, made them part of its own presence. And now it was aware of me. I didn't know how long I stayed there, crouched on the floor, listening to the building exhale. I just knew I couldn't leave. Not until I understood what had taken her, what had silenced her words, what had claimed this office as its own. And I knew, deep down, that I would return. Because once you've heard the whispers, once you've seen the traces left behind, the building never lets you walk away completely. The office had been empty, but it wasn't silent. Even after the sun rose, even after I thought the building had exhaled its last warning, something lingered. I told myself it was just my imagination, nerves frayed from the night before. But as soon as I stepped back inside, the air hit me. The chill that had nothing to do with temperature, a cold that pressed into my lungs and made my teeth chatter. I moved slowly, every footstep careful, listening for the sounds that weren't there. The sigh of chairs, the scrape of papers, the faint hum of monitors that should have been off. And then I felt it. A brush of air across the back of my neck, a whisper against my ear that I couldn't place. I spun. Nothing, but the sense of presence stayed. Heavy, expectant, watching. I returned to her desk, still scattered with the fragments of her last messages. Each piece of paper seemed heavier now, weighted with something unspoken. I reached for a sheet, my fingers trembling, and the words seemed to ripple beneath my touch. "They're waiting, don't come." I swallowed, trying to steady myself. Rational thought fought panic. Offices don't breathe. Chairs don't move by themselves. People vanish when they leave, not mid-action, not leaving behind whispers in the walls. And yet, I could feel her, or whatever lingered of her, watching from the corners in the silence between my breaths. I tried the intercom. My voice cracked. "Anyone here?" Only static answered. And then, unmistakable, the faintest inhalation, like someone standing directly behind me, drawing a breath they shouldn't have been able to take. I froze, every muscle taut. My flashlight swept across the desks, across the floor, across shadows that didn't belong. Empty. I told myself to keep moving, to check every corner, every office, every room. Step by step, footstep by footstep. The cold seemed to follow me, curling into my lungs, pressing into my chest. I felt like I was walking through water, except the water was invisible, thick, suffocating, alive. In the break room, the refrigerator hummed, but the door was open. I stepped closer. The air hit me again, icy, whispering across my skin like fingers brushing my shoulders. I spun, empty. My reflection in the stainless steel shimmered. But something was off. The angle of my head, the shadows under my eyes, the way the room seemed to stretch just a fraction too far behind me. I stepped back, heart hammering. Then a sound, low, deliberate. Not a voice, not words. Footsteps? Breathing? I couldn't tell. They weren't mine. I froze, every nerve screaming. The sound circled me, moving along the walls, through the ceiling vents, brushing the floor beneath my boots. I turned to leave, and the door slammed shut. No wind, no visible hand. Just shut. My hands hit it, rattling the frame, panic rising like bile. The temperature dropped, and with it, a sensation of something pressing close, impossibly close, like cold fingers grazing my skin without touching me. I backed away toward the windows. The sunlight was weak, filtered through grime and dust, offering no comfort. And then I saw it, breath. Not mine, not fog from the cold. Another set of puffs, rhythmic, deliberate, drifting from the corner near the filing cabinets. My stomach twisted. I had been alone, but this proved I wasn't. The office became a labyrinth. Every corridor, every cubicle, every shadow felt alive. I could hear the faintest shuffle of papers, the creak of chairs, the soft tap of footsteps that didn't match my own. The cold followed me, curling along my spine, whispering in my ears. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have returned. I tried the radio again, desperate, static, then a faint voice, almost human, almost they never leave. It cut off mid-word. The sound lingered, echoing in my skull, pressing my teeth together, setting my nerves on fire. I moved toward the conference room, drawn despite myself. Every instinct screamed to run, to escape the building and never return. But something held me, a need to understand, to see, to confront whatever had taken her. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, paper strewn across the table. The chair at the head moved again, just a fraction, as if someone had been sitting there waiting for me. I froze, then a whisper, so soft I barely caught it. Cole, come closer. I stepped in, flashlight trembling in my hand. The air was so cold it burned my lungs. Every inhale a shock. I shivered violently, and then I saw it. A faint outline of movement, barely more than a shadow, lingering near the wall. It shifted as I moved, always just beyond reach, impossible to touch, impossible to identify. I stumbled back toward her desk. Notes fluttered, typing sounds echoed, empty chairs rocked. Every surface was alive. Every corner held a presence. I felt trapped in a nightmare that wasn't entirely mine, tethered to fragments she had left behind, tethered to the office itself. I paused. Something shifted behind me. My skin prickled. I turned slowly. The shadows in the corner twisted, elongated, forming shapes that resembled her, but wrong. Not human, not quite. The outlines flickered, then vanished when I tried to focus. My flashlight caught the glint of a pen rolling across the floor, stopping at my feet. I realized with a sinking certainty that she hadn't left. Not really. Something of her had remained, twisted, absorbed by the building, a presence that had learned to speak through fragments, through whispers, through the cold that followed me wherever I moved. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But every step toward the door felt heavier. The cold breathed into my lungs, pressing against my chest, rooting me to the spot. The whispers became words, clearer now. They never leave. The office was alive, and it was aware of me. Every shadow, every draft, every flicker of light was deliberate. I felt watched from every angle, circled by something I couldn't see, couldn't touch, couldn't fight. I sank to the floor, shivering, pressed my back to the wall. I tried to calm myself, to rationalize. Old building, drafts, nerves, stress. But the typing continued, soft, deliberate, punctuated by whispers threading through the walls. I was no longer alone. The cold pressed closer, a tangible presence brushing against my shoulders and neck. I could hear her, or the echo of her, the remnant left behind, breathing in time with me. I realized that returning had been a mistake. The office hadn't let her go. It hadn't let me go, and it never would. I stayed crouched there for hours, listening, breathing shallow, heart pounding. The presence lingered, patient, waiting. I couldn't sleep, couldn't leave, couldn't even close my eyes without feeling the cold brush against my skin. And when I finally dared to rise, the shadows shifted. The air hummed with the unfinished words she left behind. They're still here, waiting. I knew then that leaving the office wouldn't end it. The cold, the presence, the fragments they would follow, anchored by her absence, by the building, by the unfinished whispers. I wasn't just in the office. I was tethered to it. And whatever had taken her, whatever lingered in that cold, had claimed me as well. The radio crackled first. Just a faint whisper, a static-laden hiss that made my stomach twist. I had been sitting in my cruiser late at night. The streets empty, the fog curling over the streetlights like fingers. Calls had slowed. Nothing serious. Routine. Until that signal. I adjusted the dial, trying to pinpoint it. Not emergency channels, not local chatter, not CB or scanner. Just this low, rhythmic pulse buried under layers of static. It almost sounded like a heartbeat. Steady, unearthly, wrong. I drove toward the source. Instinct pulling me to the old part of town. The sewers beneath the downtown streets. Abandoned lines. Old drains that had been sealed off, long since forgotten by everyone except the rats. My headlights caught brick arches and moss-streaked walls as I descended the steps into the shadows. The smell hit me first. Damp mold decay. Concrete walls glistened under the flashlight, slick and cold. And the signal grew stronger, vibrating in my chest with a subtle frequency that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Whoever, or whatever, was sending it, it wasn't human. I crouched over the manhole cover, knuckles white on the metal rim. The sound throbbed, a pulse that seemed to resonate from below, deeper than any human voice. I pried the cover with a crowbar, metal scraping against metal, echoing into the darkness. Below, a narrow tunnel wound like a vein beneath the town. The air was thick, almost viscous, filled with the scent of wet stone and something faintly metallic, like iron bleeding into water. I lowered myself carefully, my boots splashing in ankle-deep water. The radio in my hand hummed, its signal now more pronounced, a rhythm almost like Morse code, but the pattern made no sense. Repeating numbers, scrambled, unnerving. I followed the tunnel, walls closing in, the pulse of the radio echoing against the stone. At first, I thought it was my imagination, my mind playing tricks. But then I heard it, soft, layered beneath the static. Voices, whispered syllables, repeating in a cadence that mimicked the numbers. Not words I recognized, not even a language I could place. I froze, my heart thudding. Every instinct screamed to turn back, to flee. But curiosity was stronger. Something in that signal called me, tugged me forward. My flashlight swept the walls. Scratches, deep and deliberate, etched into the stone. Symbols, circles and lines. A pattern. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Whoever had been here had left a message, buried under the earth, waiting. The farther I went, the thicker the air became, the pulse of the radio intensifying, like a drum in my chest. The whispers layered over the static, almost forming sentences, almost calling my name. And then a sudden shift, a metallic clang somewhere deeper, echoing through the tunnels. My flashlight wavered, catching shadows that didn't belong, arches of brick stretching too far, angles that bent impossibly. I kept moving. Every step brought me closer, yet the signal seemed to recede slightly, like it was baiting me. Then I saw it. An old junction, partially collapsed, but beneath the debris, a grate leading to a larger chamber. The numbers on the radio increased in speed, more frantic, almost panicked. My skin prickled. I knew I wasn't alone. The tunnel widened, and the whispers became clearer. Fragmented words, syllables cut short, a cadence meant to unnerve. I shone my light over the floor. Footprints, bare human size, but too clean, too deliberate. They weren't mine. They hadn't been here before. And they didn't lead anywhere. They just ended. I crouched to examine them. The radio thrummed violently, as if reacting to my movement. My pulse raced. A voice or something mimicking one murmured to the static. Below, waiting, watching, I jerked back. The sound was inside my head now, not coming from the device. Something brushed past my leg. I spun. Nothing. Only the water rippling around my boots. My flashlight caught a flash on the tunnel wall. Symbols again, deeper than before, smeared in dark streaks that didn't glisten like water. Something organic? Alive? I couldn't tell. My stomach churned, fear knotting my gut. I pressed forward. The signal stronger than ever, vibrating my teeth, rattling the radio in my hands. My flashlight illuminated more footprints. They converged, leading to a hole in the wall, jagged and dark, a cavity that breathed cold air at me. The whispers crescendoed, urgent now, overlapping in a chaotic symphony. I swallowed hard. Step by step, I edged closer to the hole. The numbers on the radio finally made sense, or as much as they could. Repeated sequences. 317, 3-1-7, over and over. The rhythm was hypnotic, compelling. My mind began to falter, my breath shallow, heartbeat pounding in my ears. I peered into the cavity. Darkness deeper than the tunnel, the kind that swallowed light and hope. The radio went silent. The whispers ceased. Absolute stillness pressed against me. I leaned closer, the cold curling into my chest. And then, the faintest movement. Something in the darkness shifted. A shape, low to the ground, indistinct. Not human, not entirely. My breath hitched. Every hair on my arm stood on end. The radio crackled again, louder this time. The numbers repeating, overlapping, chaotic, almost alive. I stumbled back, tripping over water and debris. My flashlight flickered. The shape receded, slipping back into black. The pulse of the radio slowed, but now it carried a different tone, a resonance in my chest, like the tunnel itself had remembered me. Something below had been waiting for decades. Something patient, watching, marking time. I crawled back toward the manhole, the whispers now echoing in my skull even without the radio. The symbols, the footprints, the pulse, they were warnings or invitations. I didn't know which, but the thought followed me as I hauled myself up into the night air. Whatever lived down there, whatever spoke through the static, it wasn't done yet, above ground. The air felt wrong, thicker, heavier. The signal should have stopped once I emerged, but it didn't. The radio buzzed faintly in my hand, a soft, insistent thrum. Not fading, waiting, following. I sat in my cruiser, heart hammering, trying to rationalize. Old equipment, interference, my mind playing tricks. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something beneath the town had been calling me, and it would call again. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every hum of my equipment, every creak in the house, made me flinch. The pulse of that signal haunted me, a memory that refused to fade. Something alive below, patient, waiting for the next step, waiting for me. The tunnels weren't silent anymore. Not really. The moment I stepped back down, the air thickened, almost pulsing around me, alive. The radio sat heavy in my hands, though now I hardly needed it. Something beneath the town had a voice, and it was speaking directly to me. Footsteps, or maybe something lighter, softer, echoed somewhere far ahead. I told myself it was rats, shadows, my imagination, but the sound didn't match anything natural. It moved in deliberate intervals, echoing off the stone walls, following my rhythm. Stop, start, stop, start. The smell returned, stronger this time. Wet earth, decayed iron, and something I couldn't name. Something ancient. The flashlight flickered against the wet stone, illuminating scratches and symbols I hadn't noticed before. They spiraled up the walls, twisting, connecting like veins of some long-forgotten pattern. I traced my fingers over one, cold and slick, and a shiver ran straight to my knees. The whispers began, faint at first, layered beneath the static hum of the radio. Then louder, clearer. They weren't speaking words. Not really. Just syllables. Elongated, distorted, rhythmic. Sometimes overlapping. Sometimes mimicking my own voice. My heart raced. I could almost swear one of the voices called my name. I pressed forward. My boot sloshed in ankle-deep water, echoing through the tunnels like a drum. Every step felt heavier than the last, like gravity itself had shifted. The whispers followed, moving around me, inside the walls, in the air. 100 voices, or maybe one, split and multiplied, flowing in a cadence that made my teeth chatter. Then I saw it, a faint glow ahead, not like a torch, more like the tunnel itself was breathing light. I approached cautiously. The walls opened into a small chamber I hadn't mapped before. Rusted pipes hung low. dripping water into puddles. And the symbols, they were carved deeper here, fresher somehow, smeared in something dark, sticky. The whispers grew frantic. My radio emitted a low hum, almost vibrating in tune with the voices. And then I realized the voices weren't coming from the walls or pipes. They were coming from everywhere, surrounding me, beneath me, above me. The tunnel was alive with sound. I stepped further, the glow revealing scratches in the concrete floor. Footprints again. They weren't consistent with human stride. Some were elongated, distorted, as if the person or thing was stretched by the shadows themselves. They led deeper, vanishing under a collapsed section of brick. I paused. My flashlight caught a movement, a shadow in the corner, low and crawling, shifting faster than it should. It wasn't entirely dark, just wrong in shape, wrong in motion. It melted into the walls before I could get a clear look. My pulse spiked. The radio flared suddenly, a burst of static that made my ears ring. A single sequence of numbers pulsed through it, 317, over and over. I knew them now. They weren't random. They were a pattern, a heartbeat of whatever dwelled below. And now, the whispers matched it, a syncopated rhythm that vibrated through the stone, through me. I pressed on, forcing myself past the collapsed section. My flashlight caught movement in the periphery again. Something slid just beyond the beam, too fast to be human, too quiet to be solid. The tunnel walls seemed to stretch and bend, shadows pooling unnaturally. Then the whispers stopped, absolute silence. My chest tightened, the kind of fear that makes you sweat even in freezing air. I listened. Footsteps? No, just my own breathing, shallow, rapid, echoing in the chamber. And then a single voice, soft, deliberate, one syllable, repeated 3 times. My name. I whipped around. Nothing, only shadows. The numbers on the radio slowed, throbbed, stopped. My stomach knotted. Something was watching, waiting, and I had no way to see it. I tried to move, but the tunnel seemed alive, walls narrowing, stretching, closing in. The scratches and symbols pulsed faintly, as if illuminated from beneath the surface. Something ancient, deliberate, carving messages in the stone to lure the curious, to trap them. The whispers returned, layered and chaotic now, overlapping with my own heartbeat. They weren't just calling me. They were predicting me, pausing, then echoing the exact rhythm of my steps. I stumbled. My flashlight wavered. I could feel the air pressing on me from every side, thick and choking. Then, from somewhere ahead, a faint laughter, soft, childlike, distorted. It bounced off the walls, impossible to locate. I froze. Every instinct screamed to run. And yet, curiosity rooted me. A sense that turning back would be worse. That they wanted me to flee. To abandon what I had started. I edged closer to the source. The chamber widened again. The symbols spiraled along the floor, encircling the section where the stone had been worn smooth. Dark stains. Old, sticky, trace patterns I couldn't identify. And the shadows moved differently here. Not reflections of myself, but shapes sliding along the edges, impossible to track. I raised the radio. Numbers pulsed again. 317. 317. But this time distorted, backwards. The whispers mimicked the tone, layering over the signal. I could feel it vibrating through ground, through my boots. My teeth rattled. Something deep below was alive, aware, reacting. I knelt to examine the markings. As my fingers touched the dark streaks, the radio flared, and I felt a tug at the edge of my consciousness, like a hand brushing the back of my mind. A sense of being observed, not just by eyes, but by awareness itself. The tunnel was not empty. It was conscious, waiting, anticipating. A sudden clatter echoed from a side passage. I spun. The flashlight caught movement. Fingers scraping the wall? Shadowed forms sliding too quickly to be human? My mind raced. Was it a trap or a warning? I backed away, following the footprints, the path twisting back toward the original tunnel. The whispers followed, slower now, deliberate, taunting, not leaving, not attacking, watching, mocking, counting. The air grew colder, heavier. My breath formed clouds, lingering unnaturally. I could feel the walls pressing, bending reality in subtle ways. Angles that didn't add up, shadows too long, corners that shouldn't exist. And beneath it all, the thrum of the radio, syncing with my heartbeat, merging with the whispers into a single, overwhelming pulse. I reached the ladder leading to the street above. My fingers gripped the cold metal. Pulling myself up, the radio hummed, now a faint echo, but the whispers followed, threading into my mind like invisible threads. I climbed faster, desperate to leave, yet unable to shake the feeling that every step above ground still belonged to the tunnel. When I finally emerged, the night felt thinner, like the town itself was quieter than it should be, the fog curling unnaturally around the streetlights. I checked the radio. Dead. Silence. And yet the sensation remained. Watching. Waiting. Patient. I drove home slowly, lights sweeping over empty streets. Every shadow seemed too deep, every rustle too deliberate. I knew the whispers weren't gone. Not really. They were stitched into the stone, into the water, into the pulse of the town itself. At home, I tried to sleep. My mind replayed the numbers, the rhythm, the shadows. Even in the quiet of my room, I could feel it. The tunnels beneath, alive with whispers, counting, observing. Something that didn't belong to the world above, but belonged to me now, tethered in ways I couldn't yet understand. And I knew, deep down, I wanted to go back. The ladder groaned under my weight, but I ignored it, pressing into the narrow tunnel that branched deeper below the town. The air smelled of damp stone and decay, thicker than before, heavy enough that each breath felt like inhaling water. The radio hummed faintly in my hand, a thread of static I couldn't shut out. It was alive, pulsing with a heartbeat of the earth beneath me. I followed the faint glow I had glimpsed earlier. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the tunnel walls, twisting as if alive. Each step seemed to echo twice, once in the stone, once in my mind. I told myself it was paranoia, a trick of the light. But the way the shadows moved, slow, deliberate, bending around corners, told me otherwise. Something was aware of me. Something was watching. The tunnel opened into a hollow chamber, bigger than anything I expected. The ceiling lost in darkness, walls slick with moisture and age. The floor was littered with broken bottles, remnants of forgotten pipes, and more symbols, intricate, dark, twisted, etched deeply into the stone. They formed patterns I couldn't comprehend, spirals and angles that made my head ache when I tried to trace them. And in the center, a circle, wide, dark, and soaked. I couldn't tell if it was water, blood, or something older, something that had waited for me. The radio flared in my hand. Numbers. 317. 317. But this time, layered, overlapping over distorted whispers that wrapped around my skull, squeezing. I stepped closer, my boots echoing hollowly. The shadows shifted again, pulling at the edges of the chamber. I could feel them stretching toward me, intangible, almost liquid. I wanted to leave. I should leave. But curiosity, or maybe fear itself, rooted me in place. I noticed the symbols weren't random. They spiraled toward the center, converging into shapes that resembled faces, eyes staring upward, mouths frozen mid-screen. I swallowed hard. Each carved visage seemed to move in the corner of my vision, subtle, almost imperceptible, but undeniably shifting when I looked away. Then a sound, not a whisper, a low chant, distant, coming from somewhere below the chamber floor. My radio flared, amplifying it. It wasn't human, not fully. Too rhythmic, too exact, like something ancient was calling through the stones. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the vibration tunneled straight to my skull. The chamber wasn't empty. It never had been. I circled the darkened space, flashlight catching more of the walls, symbols, scratches, smears of something dark. And then I saw it, markings leading down a small grate, partially hidden beneath debris. Cold air exhaled from it, smelling of wet earth and decay. A faint echo of a voice, or many voices, rose from below. It wasn't speaking, not in words, but in cadence, rhythm, tone, calling, waiting, mocking. I knelt and traced the grate with my fingers. Symbols ran along its edges, smeared and fresh. My heart skipped. Someone or something had been here recently, and it hadn't wanted me to find it, but it hadn't tried to hide either. It wanted me to see, to step closer. I could feel a pulse, not just in the radio, but beneath my feet, something throbbing in sync with the numbers. 317, 317. I looked up. The shadows weren't stationary. They stretched, bending along the walls, pulling into corners where my flashlight barely reached. A feeling pressed on my chest, heavy, cold, demanding attention. My mind raced, trying to rationalize. Air currents? My imagination? I knew better. Rational explanations fell away like old skin. Something alive, conscious, awaited in the hollow below. A sudden scrape echoed from the grate. My flashlight flared against something metallic. Fingers? Claws? Something elongated slid across the stone and vanished. The whispers returned, layered, overlapping, filling the chamber, spilling out from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. I stumbled back, the radio almost slipping from my grasp, and then the chanting rose, faster, louder, insistent. The faces carved in the stone seemed to twist, mouths opening slightly, eyes glinting with wet reflections. I could almost hear the syllables forming in my own mind, echoing the rhythm of my heartbeat. Panic clawed at me, but I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not without knowing what it claimed this hollow. I moved closer to the grate again. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat rising, though it was freezing. I pressed my hand to the metal. The instant I touched it, the chamber seemed to breathe. The shadows elongated, stretched across the floor like black water. The whispers synchronized, forming patterns now I could almost interpret. Not words, but warnings. Please. Threats. All tangled together. A sudden flash of movement caught my eye. Something darted across the far wall. Too fast to be human. Too smooth to be natural. I spun, my flashlight beam cutting through the shadows, catching glimpses of shapes that shouldn't exist. Limbs too long. Bodies folding impossibly. Crawling along walls and ceiling, vanishing before I could fully see them. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, radio vibrating in my hands. The numbers pulsed faster now, louder, echoing in the chamber. 317, 317. And with each pulse, I felt a tug, a pull at the edge of my consciousness, like the tunnel itself was aware of me, bending the chamber, the symbols, even my thoughts to its will. The chanting paused. Silence, but heavier than before. I could hear my own breath, echoing in the vast, unnatural space. And then a whisper, clear, deliberate, almost human. Closer. I froze. My body screamed to run, but my feet moved, drawn toward the grate. The radio flared again. Static, voices, numbers. The shadows coiled, almost playful now, guiding me. My fingers touched the cold metal. A pulse shot through my arm, up to my chest. Visions flickered at the edge of my sight. Shapes, figures, rituals, people or not people, circling, chanting, fading into darkness. I stepped back, shaking, realizing I couldn't understand it, couldn't control it. And yet, I couldn't leave either. It had my attention, my awareness, my fear. It fed on it, thrived on it. Then the grate shifted slightly, a whisper of movement below. The chanting resumed, faster, louder, forming a rhythm I recognized instinctively. 317, 317. And beneath the numbers, voices layered. Hundreds, thousands, overlapping a way that made my head spin. I stumbled toward the chamber's edge, needing air, needing light. The flashlight flickered, then steadied. Shadows receded slightly, but the feeling didn't leave. The chamber was hollow, yes, but it was alive, aware, and it knew I had been here. It had marked me. I backed toward the ladder, hands trembling, radio thudding in my chest. The symbol seemed to pulse faintly, as if watching me leave, counting me. I climbed quickly, aware that I wasn't just leaving the hollow. I was escaping attention, but it followed, always following. Above ground, the night seemed unreal. Fog rolled unnaturally, light bending off it like something had shifted the air itself. The town lay quiet and normal on the surface, but I could feel it. The hollow was still alive below, whispering, waiting. And now it knew my name, my presence, my fear. At home, I tried to sleep. The numbers repeated in my mind. The shapes, the faces, the whispers, ever persistent, threading into my thoughts like invisible tendrils. The hollow chamber wasn't gone. It had left its mark, and it would follow. I closed my eyes, and I knew, without doubt, that it wasn't finished with me. Not yet. The morning felt wrong. Not wrong in the way you notice a missing item or a burned toast, but wrong like the air itself had shifted while I slept. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was nerves, exhaustion. The hollow chamber below town wasn't real, at least not in a way that could follow me up here. Yet, when I opened my door, the fog outside seemed too thick, too deliberate, curling around the streetlights like smoke from something alive. I kept the radio close, static humming faintly, a reminder of what I had left behind. And yet, even here in the open air, it pulsed. 317, 317. Not numbers, not sequences, something else, something aware. I could feel it tugging at the edges of my mind, pulling my attention toward the unseen. The town looked normal. Cars on the main street, a neighbor walking his dog. But as I passed the empty lots, I noticed shadows stretching too long, bending where sunlight shouldn't reach. Shapes moved in peripheral vision, just enough to trigger a flicker of panic. But when I looked directly, there was nothing, always nothing. And yet I knew, I could feel it, at the precinct. I tried to focus on paperwork, reports, calls, but the radio flared intermittently, static whispering beneath the hum of office equipment. Every time I touched it, I felt a pulse, not electrical, but something more primal, more demanding. The air seemed to vibrate, and for a moment, the walls themselves seemed to breathe, shifting slightly just out of the corner of my eye. I stepped outside for air, the sun low and weak in the sky. The fog rolled thicker along the alleyways, curling around dumpsters, around chain-link fences. I caught movement, a figure, crouched low, impossibly thin, watching me from the shadows. I blinked. Gone. I shook my head, telling myself I was imagining things, letting the hollow chambers echo warp reality. Then the radio flared again. 317. 317. And beneath it, voices. Not whispers this time, but murmurs layered, distant, overlapping. I turned in a circle. No one. Nothing. And yet, the sensation grew, like icy fingers brushing against my spine, threading the hairs on my neck, crawling under my skin. Driving felt impossible. My headlights cut through fog, reflecting shapes that weren't there, long silhouettes darting behind fences, between buildings. Cars stalled without reason. Engines dying mid-intersection. People stared at me blankly, as if seeing me and not seeing me at the same time. My pulse raced. I gripped the wheel. The radio buzzed a low chant, and the numbers 317 beat against my chest. I parked, shaking, tried to regain rationality. It had to be residual fear, lingering from the tunnels. The hollow chamber had no power over the surface. But then I heard it, a soft, deliberate scraping from the roof above, a weight moving across shingles. Nothing should have been there. No one could have climbed that high. Yet the sound persisted, slow, deliberate, rhythmic, following me, waiting, inside the office. Papers trembled as if a breeze had blown through, though every door and window was closed. The radio whispered beneath my desk. I picked it up. 317. 317. And then a new sound, breathing, heavy, cold, deliberate. Not mine, not entirely human. It drew closer with each inhale, exhaling into the walls, the ceiling, the floor, filling the room, filling me. I ran outside, gasping. Fog swallowed the street in thick, choking layers. Shapes moved just beyond vision, darting between light and shadow. My skin prickled. The numbers pulsed in the air, vibrating to the concrete beneath my feet. 317. 317. The voices layered over them, more insistent, urgent, calling, demanding. I thought of the hollow chamber, of the shadows, the symbols, the ritualistic circle. It had marked me there. And now it followed. The earth itself, the town itself, had become its conduit. Every sound, every shape, every flicker of light could be it. Could be the hollow watching, testing, tethering me to its will. By evening, the town seemed to sleep, but I felt it everywhere. Behind walls, under sidewalks, above roofs. Breathing, waiting. Every time I tried to leave, the radio flared, static cracking across the channel, pulsing with the rhythm I had come to know. 317, 317, and then a whisper, soft, almost tender, threading into my mind. Never resurface. I checked my home. Doors locked, windows bolted, but the sensation didn't fade. Footsteps echoed in empty halls. Shadows lingered just out of reach. The numbers repeated over and over, now in my thoughts, embedded in my dreams, threading the waking and sleeping hours. At night, I hear them in every corner. The whispers, the numbers, a pulse through floorboards. Even when I close my eyes, I feel it coiling around my mind, tethering me to the hollow chamber below. No one else could see it. No one else would hear the subtle rhythm of the earth counting me. 317, 317. Always counting, always marking, always waiting. I realize now, as I sit awake in the dark, that I am no longer simply a visitor. I am tethered. The hollow chamber, its symbols, its presence, they follow. It is patient. It is eternal. And it has decided I cannot leave. I can move through the town, through buildings, across streets. But the pull remains. I am never free. And I know, somewhere deep, beneath the cracked streets and the fog-laden alleys, the chamber waits. It listens. It waits for me to falter, to answer its call, to step back into its embrace. 317, 317. The numbers are not just signals. They are chains, binding me to a presence that refuses to release. I try to forget, to ignore it, but it finds me in quiet moments, in fleeting glimpses, a shadow at the corner of my vision, a flicker of movement too precise, too deliberate. It is a tether I cannot sever, a weight pressing from below. The hollow chamber is not a place I left behind. It is a part of me now, stalking me, patient, unseen, inevitable. And I know, as I wait for sleep that will not come, that its pull will only grow stronger. Every moment, every breath, every heartbeat carries me closer to it, deeper into its reach. And when it finally calls me back, I will go, because the hollow does not take lightly those who hear its whisper. But for now, I endure. I move. I wait, tethered, marked, counting down to the moment it decides I have lingered long enough above. 317, 317. And somewhere below the town, the chamber hums in response. Waiting, always waiting. The tunnel ended abruptly, or maybe it just bent too sharply for the light to reach. My flashlight trembled in my hand, the beam cutting through the black like a knife, revealing walls etched with strange symbols, jagged and deliberate, glowing faintly in the reflection of damp puddles. I swallowed, my throat dry, the metallic tang of fear heavy in the air. Somewhere deeper, the numbers whispered again. 529, 529. But this time they weren't alone. Voices layered over the counting, murmurs that slipped between intelligible words and fragmented sentences. Return, we wait, follow. They echoed, seeming to come from every direction, yet none at all. I moved forward slowly, every step amplified in the chamber's unnatural acoustics. The ground shifted subtly beneath my boots, uneven and treacherous, as if the floor itself resisted my presence. The symbols on the walls became more intricate, twisting into patterns that made my head ache to look at them too long. Something ancient, something deliberate, ritualistic. At the center of the chamber, I found it, a pit circular, carved with precision into the stone floor, edges worn smooth by time. Around it, a ring of stones, candles long extinguished, and the remnants of what looked like dried herbs and ash. The air pulsed with energy, a low vibration that made my teeth hum. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like the chamber itself was observing me. A sudden shift of shadow made me jerk the flashlight. Nothing moved, yet every instinct screamed otherwise. The counting surged, louder, insistent. 529, 529. My pulse matched it now, syncing with the rhythm that seemed to come from below the pit. I knelt at the edge, peering into darkness that refused to reveal its depth. It was a void but alive, a presence. Symbols etched into the walls became clearer. They resembled figures in motion, limbs contorted, heads tilted at impossible angles, faces maybe, and in the center of each symbol, a tiny circle that seemed to draw the eye, a focal point. I could feel the symbol's gaze, and a shiver ran down my spine. Not for me, at me. The chamber had intent. I stumbled back, flashlight swinging wildly, catching glimpses of shapes that weren't there moments before. Flickers, quick, impossible. The shadows danced as if alive, stretching and recoiling, converging near the pit. I whispered to myself, try to rationalize. Rats, wind, echoes, but the vibration in the floor contradicted every comforting explanation. Then I heard it. A breath, not mine, cold, deliberate, exhaled close enough to brush my ear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness, catching nothing. The pit yawned below me, empty yet full of sound, a hollow resonance that carried the rhythm of counting. 529, 529, and beneath it a whisper, clear this time, unmistakable. Closer, we are waiting. I backed away instinctively, tripping over scattered debris. The chamber responded. Shadows condensed at the edges, thickening, pooling like ink. Shapes formed briefly, just enough for my mind to register them as limbs, heads, figures bending unnaturally, then dissolving back into darkness. I froze, breath shallow. The symbols seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat, as if the walls themselves were alive. My flashlight flickered. The whispers multiplied, layering into a chorus, voices overlapping, some begging, some commanding, some laughing. Follow, return, belong. Panic surged, yet something deeper, a morbid curiosity, rooted me in place. I could not leave. I could not look away. Stepping forward cautiously, I circled the pit. Each step revealed more. Stones marked with fresh scratches, signs that someone or something had been recently here. Footprints, too faint, too small to identify, yet undeniably present. The air grew colder, pressing in, almost viscous, making each breath a labor. And then I saw it. The center of the pit shimmered faintly, a light that wasn't from my flashlight. Shapes, angular and fleeting, twisted within the darkness. I blinked, unsure if my eyes were deceiving me. A voice, now distinct, spoke from below, harmonizing with the numbers. You are here. We see. We remember. I stumbled backward, light swinging, revealing more symbols along the walls. Circles intersected by jagged lines, spirals that seemed to lead into other spirals, patterns impossible to follow. My mind ached. The chamber was a map, a code, a warning, yet the message eluded me. I could feel its significance pressing against my skull. The shadows move again, not as if blown by air, but with intent, converging near the pit. My flashlight caught a glimpse of something crouched at the edge, tall, thin, its head tilting unnaturally, limbs folding in ways human bodies should not. I blinked, gone, but the air still carried its presence. The numbers surged, now chaotic, layering over themselves. 5-2-9, 5-2-9, 529. A rhythmic pulse that vibrated through the chamber, through the walls, into my chest. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound penetrated, drilling into my thoughts. And beneath it, the whispers persisted. Closer, closer, belong. I tried to retreat. Step after step, the shadows seemed to stretch toward me. The symbols gazed following, pushing, compelling. The floor vibrated beneath my boots. Subtle but undeniable. The pit called, beckoning, not with light but with force, pulling at something inside me I hadn't realized existed. A cold wind, unnatural in the subterranean chamber, swept across the stones. The flames of a long-extinguished candle flickered briefly, casting shapes across the walls. Figures kneeling, contorted, reaching toward the pit. My stomach churned. I stumbled, nearly falling into the void, and caught myself on the edge, trembling. I realized in the truth. This chamber was not abandoned. Not truly. It waited, alive with intent. Whoever or whatever had crafted these symbols had left a presence behind, a tether to the world above. The pit was not a hole. It was a gateway, a heartbeat, a focus for something beyond my comprehension. I turned, almost running, but the shadows thickened, lengthening, mirroring every move, every heartbeat. The whispers grew, not louder but closer, as if the voices pressed directly into my mind. Stay, witness belong. My chest tightened, lungs aching. My flashlight quivered, casting the chamber in erratic pulses of light and darkness. I stumbled backward, the numbers now screaming in my ears, overlapping with the whispers. 5-2-9. 5-2-9. The symbols on the walls seemed to move subtly, pulsing in time with the counting, guiding, mocking, warning. I realized the chamber was not just a place. It was a memory, a trap, a recorder of past horrors, echoing in stone. With a final shuddering breath, I turned and ran, shadows recoiling, the whispers fading slightly behind me but never gone. I reached the tunnel's mouth, light piercing the darkness, and for a moment, the world above felt normal, safe, but the pit's pulse had followed me. In my chest, beneath my skin, the numbers continued. 5-2-9. 5-2-9. Even now, hours later, I can feel it. The hollow chamber waits, patient, aware, embedded somewhere below the streets, ready. And I know, somehow it has marked me. The shadows, the whispers, the symbols, they are not gone. They follow, they wait, and the pit, the center of it all, calls. I should have left it. I should have walked away and never returned. But the chamber has tethered itself to me. Its pulse beats with mine, and I know I will hear the whispers again, because the hollow chamber is patient. It remembers, and it never forgives. I thought leaving the tunnels would end it. I thought daylight would wash away the pulse, the whispers, the weight of the chamber pressing against my mind. I was wrong. Even before I climbed into my truck, I felt it, a subtle vibration in the soles of my feet, faint but undeniable, like the ground itself was aware of me, carrying the memory of what I had seen. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was nerves, adrenaline, the echo of fear. But the moment I turned the ignition, the radio crackled. Static, then a voice, low and warped, almost beneath recognition. It wasn't words at first, just a rhythm, a pattern. 5-2-9. 5-2-9. My hand froze on the wheel. I slammed the button to talk, but nothing came through, only the counting. I pulled over, heart hammering, scanning the roads. Empty, normal, yet the pulse followed. I drove slower, tried to shake it, to rationalize it. Maybe some radio frequency had caught in my truck system. Old wires in the tunnels. Echoes bouncing back, technical interference. But as I passed under the streetlights, the shadows seemed wrong. They lingered, stretched longer than they should, moving with a deliberateness that defied the physics of light. At home, I thought distance would help. I turned on every light, checked the locks, stared at the walls as if sheer observation could keep the presence out. For a few hours, it seemed gone. The counting faded. The whispers were nothing but memory. Relief washed over me. I allowed myself sleep, brief and shallow, eyelids trembling with fear and exhaustion. Then the phone rang, a local number. I answered, voice tight. Silence. Then breathing, slow, deliberate enough that it wasn't a person. It was the same cold, deliberate breath from the hollow chamber. And then a whisper, unmistakable, never resurfaced. I dropped the phone. My hand shook. The pulse in my chest echoed that command. It wasn't just below anymore. It was here, tethered to me. It had followed me, and I couldn't outrun it. Not in town, not in sleep, not in daylight. The next night, the radio started again. This time, words cut through the static, fragments of sentences I hadn't heard before. We wait, we see belong. Each phrase laid over the counting, overlapping, pressing into my mind. I tried to leave, tried to drive, tried to drown it out, but the signals didn't care about distance. I noticed the subtle changes first. Shadows in my peripheral vision, twisting unnaturally. Objects slightly moved from where I remembered placing them. Papers on my desk shifted into symbols I didn't recognize, or perhaps didn't fully want to see. The hollow chamber's imprint had followed me home. Sleep became impossible. Every time my eyes closed, the chamber resurfaced. Its walls, symbols, and the pit invaded dreams, then bled into waking moments. I could feel its pulse in my ribs, counting in sync with my heartbeat. 5-2-9, 5-2-9, and beneath it the whispers. Closer, closer, never leave, never leave. I stopped answering calls. I avoided going out. Every time I did, the signals surged, more insistent, more layered. It didn't need my proximity to act. It acted through me, into me, across the very air I breathed. I was tethered, bound, haunted. Desperation made me return to the tunnels. The entrance loomed before me, as normal and mundane as ever. But when I descended, I realized it wasn't sane. The shadows I once observed now felt like extensions of the chamber itself, following, testing. The symbols shifted slightly when I looked away, as if they were aware of my perception. At the chamber, the pit yawned, unchanging yet alive. The same vibration pressed against my chest, stronger than ever. The whispers layered, now chanting in rhythm with the counting, filling the air, drowning out thought. I realized the hollow chamber didn't want me to leave. Not really. It wanted acknowledgement, submission, observation. It wanted me tethered to its existence, and there was no bargaining with it. I tried to step back. The shadows thickened, coalescing near the pit, forming shapes that resembled figures I had glimpsed before. Tall, thin, impossible limbs folding in ways that should not exist. They didn't move toward me in a traditional sense. They enveloped the air itself, filling every corner with presence. The counting surged, faster now, relentless. 5-2-9, 5-2-9. Each beat synced with my pulse. My vision blurred. The whispers pressed into my ears. Never resurface, belong. I screamed, voice swallowed instantly by the chamber, as if the stone walls themselves absorbed sound. I stumbled out, gasping, but the chamber's influence didn't stop at the tunnel mouth. Above ground, every shadow flickered unnaturally. The world felt thinner, stretched, as if the chamber's gravity extended outward, bending reality subtly, imperceptibly, but enough to make sanity fray. I stopped trying to leave. It was pointless. The hollow chamber was patient. It did not need me close to maintain its hold. Its presence was imprinted in my mind, in my senses, in the way my body reacted before I even consciously realized. Now, even in crowded streets, I feel it, beneath the asphalt, under the buildings, in the forgotten sewer tunnels. It waits, connected to me, the pulse beneath my ribs, the counting in my ears, the whispers that brush the edge of hearing. They are constant, persistent, relentless. I write this now because I need to mark my own existence against its memory, to acknowledge it, and perhaps delay the inevitability. 5-2-9, 5-2-9. The hollow chamber waits. And I know, deep down, it will never forgive my attempt to ignore it. Every day I see signs. Symbols etched where none should exist. Shadows moving unnaturally, subtle shifts in air and sound. The world is layered now with frequency I cannot escape. It's alive, aware, tethered to me. And the counting never stops. I realize this is the final lesson. The hollow chamber doesn't just reside below. It resides wherever its tether reaches. And I am it. I do not know how long I can resist. I do not know if leaving, hiding, or pretending will make it relent. The pulse continues, relentless. The whispers constant. Never resurface, never resurface. I can feel it now in everything. The air I breathe, the floor beneath my feet, the shadows that stretch unnaturally. It is patient. I am tethered. And the hollow chamber will not forgive. Even as I write this, the counting continues. 5-2-9, 5-2-9. I will hear it again tonight, because the hollow chamber does not rest, and neither will I.